Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome to the European Parliament, welcome to the Women Political Leaders Summit 2023. I'm Jaume Duc, I'm the Director General for Communication and the spokesperson of the Parliament, of this House, and I'm really delighted of having this possibility to welcome you in our premises. Maybe before I go on, just a technical announcement concerning interpretation. There is a possibility to listen to speeches in 4 languages. English, in this case, please switch to channel number 2, French, number 3, Spanish, number 8, and Arabic, 25. So this year, Women Political Leaders is celebrating its 10th anniversary, 10 years of providing women leaders with a platform to contribute to global discourse and for convening women at the highest heights of national politics. It's fitting that this 10th anniversary summit takes place here in the same building that hosted WPL's first summit 10 years ago. It's also where WPL was awarded the 2022 Solidar Silver Rose Peace and Common Security Award for its initiative, and you know, WPL for Peace. The European Parliament, therefore, is, I hope, an inspiring setting for WPL to meet again a decade after its inaugural summit to address issues as important as peace and security. And now please allow me to introduce our opening speakers: Stéphanie Dos, President of the Senate of Belgium, Silvana Koch-Merin, President of Women Political Leaders, WPL, and Obiageli Ezekwesili, Chair of the Women Political Leaders Board. Thank you very much for attending this seminar.
It's open. Dear Madam President, dear political leaders, dear friends, almost a year ago I welcomed Yevgenia Kravchuk in my Belgium Senate. And Yevgenia is a member of the Ukrainian Parliament. And I have to say, in my job, I meet a lot of people, but this visit will stay with me forever. And I will tell you why. I want to show to you all this little block. It looks very small, it looks very innocent, but it brings death and destruction to Ukraine. Yevgenia, she gave me this piece of shrapnel. It's a part of forbidden cluster ammunition to show how her country is being terrorized. Nobody is safe. Everybody is a target and everybody is a victim. And I keep this piece of shrapnel in my office to remind me and to remind everybody of all of us that the war still rages on. And I promised Yevgenia, I made a promise to her that I will only throw it away when Ukraine has won the war. Yevgenia. Yevgenia and all the Ukrainian women, and I see you all there, you are women to look up to. You stood up, you took responsibility in the first days following the invasion. You devoted yourself to a mission of foreign diplomacy to keep the attention of European countries on the dramatic situation in your country, and especially the dramatic situation that women are facing. And by telling the testimony of Ukrainian women that are victims of sexual violence, they appeal to the international community to support the creation of a special tribunal for the war crimes committed in their country. I tell the story of Yevgenia and of all the Ukrainian women as an inspiration of the today debates. As you all know, of course, you all know that, especially nowadays, the area of peace and security is full of challenges. Women are underrepresented. The fundamental human rights, such as sexual and reproductive rights, are every day neglected. In October 2000, the UN Security Council recognized the central role of women in peace and development, calling for leadership and participation of us women in maintaining and promoting peace and security. That was in the year of 2000. And now, 23 years later, we are faced with the level of sexual violence towards women in conflicts that they remain so high. The impunity, and we do not only observe that in Ukraine, but also in the other parts of the world, is too often the norm. Women represent only 13% of peace process negotiations, only 13%, and nonetheless, it has been widely demonstrated that women's participation in peace talks increases the chances of peaceful resolution by 35%. So it should be clear. It should be clear for all of us. It should be clear for the world. We need the inclusion of more women at all stages of conflict resolution, from the current stage of open conflict to negotiations for peace agreements. This should be done without delay and everywhere, at all levels, including senior levels. And at the same time, numbers tell us that women continue to be underrepresented among ambassadors, police, and military force. And where women are present, they are typically confined to junior and supported roles. There are many things that can be done now, that can be done today, and one is to make the women's voices heard and listened to by taking a seat at the table. Ladies, I come to a conclusion. We women, we have voices. We are using them. And more than ever, our voices must be heard. The voices of the women should be heard in Ukraine. They should be heard in Brussels. And they should be heard from every national council to every local council. Today, we will once again prove that it should be done. I look forward to hearing your thoughts, and I wish us all a mutual enrichment during this summit. Together, we'll create greater equality, work towards freedom, and work towards a better future for tomorrow. I thank you all.
Your Excellencies, honourable members of Parliament, ambassadors, youth delegates that are about to enter the room, dear friends, and as we usually say after half a day at the WPL Summit, dear sisters, I'd like to just say welcome. Welcome to WPL, welcome to the European Parliament. The European Parliament is the place where the journey of WPL began. The first summit ever in 2013, coinciding with 120 years of voting rights for women in New Zealand, which was the first country that gave women the right to vote. So it's good to be back after 10 years, and it's good to see so many of you here. Some of you were already with us 10 years ago. Some of you have joined in the past 10 years and keep coming back and bring friends and colleagues with you, which is wonderful. Then and now you came from places like Madagascar, the Philippines, Iceland, Armenia, Zimbabwe, really from everywhere in the world. And looking at this room, it's a bit like the United Nations General Assembly, but this time the room is full of women, not men, as it usually is. And today, different to 10 years ago, this House, the European Parliament, has a woman as president, Roberta Metsola, who is the co-host of the first day. So it's perfect for celebrating WPL's anniversary because the co-host of the second day in the Belgian Parliament, Stephanie, is the president of the highest house of Belgium, the Senate, and her colleague, the president of the Belgian Federal Parliament, also happens to be a woman. This is historic. We should and we will celebrate it, but isn't it also sad that we need to celebrate it? Isn't it really sad that still in 2023 it's the exception that women hold those high positions and that we're so happy about this? It should be normal. It's 2023. But today, more than 90% of the heads of state and government, those that come to the UN General Assembly, they're men, and more than 80% of the world's cabinet ministers are men. It's 2023, and we still have that. We need to change that. And that's WPL's mission. The mission of WPL is to increase both the number as well as the influence of women political leaders. We are a platform where women leaders contribute to the global issues that are at stake, always from the perspective as woman leader and as expert. And what this means is that we do this in many different ways, in different work streams, different initiatives. And just let me give you one focus. Like in the past 10 years, WPL has hosted several thousand women parliamentarians in convenings like this, all across the globe, from Ethiopia to Rwanda, to Mexico, Lithuania, Japan, Jordan, Iceland. I'm sure I forget some, but these were our global summits, and we had many other regional convenings too. And then of the small group of women presidents and prime ministers, more than half of them, a group of 40, we have had participate in receiving our Trailblazer Award. So, marking the 10 years anniversary, we say representation matters. It matters who represents the people. It matters who passes laws, and it matters who decides. Here in the European Parliament, it's not so bad compared to the global average. But what's special about the European Parliament is that it's the representation of the people born out of a project for peace. The heart of the European Union, the aim, the value, the purpose of the European Union is peace and to promote peace. And the European Parliament itself is an advocate for peace. My grandfather, he was born in 1909. He died in 2012. He had a long life, 103 years. But his experience as a young man growing up in Germany was that all the neighbor countries are enemies. When he went across the border, it was not for peaceful purposes. He lived through 2 world wars, and for him it always remained a miracle. A miracle that his grandchildren, my brothers and I, that we can live, can work, can find love in the countries that were previously enemies. So this is wonderful, and that's not to be forgotten when we look at the European Union, live here and not take it for granted. Peace is hard work. So it's only fitting that today's focus program is on peace. And we have the leading women in this room who share their perspectives, experience, and expertise. Women are more affected by war. Women define security differently. Women have more success in negotiating peace. But women still have no or very little say in such negotiations. Peace, that's our joint ambition It's in Afghanistan, our ambition, in Yemen, in Mali, in Ukraine, of course, in the many places that get destroyed and are affected by armed conflict. Representation matters. We need more women in peace talks. I look forward to today and thank you for coming.
I hope you can all hear me. And of course, some brothers that joined us. First, I need to say to my dear sister, Silvana, that her grandfather would have been so proud if he were here today and watching her bring all of us together. So those were not just tears of sadness about his going to the beyond, but also tears of the fondness that we know that girls always have for fathers and grandfathers. So we're all with you. Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, what a delight to welcome you to this meeting, our summit for 2023. In 2013, President Sirleaf Johnson, our dear sister Ellen of Liberia, said in her keynote that we must continue to push for high female representation in politics. And at that time, she warned that we cannot afford to be complacent. It is therefore right to ask if indeed we have pushed strongly enough and if complacency has not in any way hindered our efforts. I am one for data. We can always turn, therefore, to the data that we have at our behest to answer the question of complacency or not. In 2013, the global average of women in parliaments was at 21.8%. As of the 1st of January, that number is 26.5%. That is an improvement, no doubt, because countries and organizations around the world did push for higher representation in politics. But you will agree with me that we could do better. That is definitely not the aspiration that we have. The evidence of complacency, therefore, does exist, especially because averages have a way of covering a lot that is not right. My dear sisters and brothers, it is not yet anywhere close to the kind of genuine equal representation, and some parts of the world are critically unequal. I actually come from a country where we trail both the average African number as well as the global number. I come from Nigeria, where sadly we have been on the decline in terms of the number of women in parliament, now hovering at anywhere between 4 and 5% to our chagrin. Ladies and gentlemen, if we turned to the highest position of leadership, there again, as of 1st January 2023, only 31 countries are having women as heads of state or government. And sadly, it means that at the rate we are going, it would take us another 130 years before we see gender equality in the highest positions of power. As we will be discussing topics related to women, peace, and security today, I should also mention that gender stereotypes remain pervasive in that space. The 5 most commonly held portfolios by women cabinet ministers are women and gender equality, followed by family and children's affairs, social inclusion and development, social protection and social security, and indigenous and minority affairs. We do need to acknowledge that there is almost a stereotyping in terms of the roles and responsibilities assigned to women in cabinet. Let us ensure that all the positivity, shared ideas, new friends that we would meet in the course of our summit this year would help us to push together and to continue to generate momentum for better representation of women in politics, and that we must collectively fight the complacency that tries to hold us back. Well, women around the world, as represented by those of us in this European Parliament auditorium today, are tired of the tranquilizing drug of gradualism in making the necessary progress that we need for achieving gender parity across all aspects of human progress. We are tired in a good kind of way. We're tired in the way that compels action. And we're tired in the way that does not just compel action, but purposeful fight. When you are tired, and it generates in you a desire to fight the status quo that is unacceptable, that is a good thing. And so I must congratulate you that you are in the club of fighters, because we must fight purposefully as women and as men to win this battle. Our fight is purposeful. Our fight, thank you. Our fight is purposeful because it is for the benefit of the world at large. It is for the benefit of the unborn. It is for the benefit of our children, for our young people, girls and boys. It is for the benefit of our society at large, including the men who do not, those of the men who do not yet acknowledge the facts generated by numerous studies, by numerous research, with evidence that representation matters for our collective prosperity, for our harmony, for stability, and for the resilience of our global society. Sisters, let our purposeful fight accelerate until we win for the world. Thank you very much and welcome.
So we will start in 2 minutes with the first panel. Thank you very much. May I ask the participants in the panel to come to this desk, please? So thank you very much. We are going to start right now with the first panel of this day. I will briefly introduce the distinguished speakers that are here in front of you. First of all, Irene Fellin, who is the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. Sahar Al-Bassar, member of the Parliament and Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, WPL Country Ambassador from Egypt. Rosalia Biro will join us in a couple of minutes, hopefully. She's a member of the Chamber of Deputies and the chairperson of the Committee for Foreign Affairs in the Chamber of Deputies in Romania. Lindy Williamini, President of the Senate of Swatini, and Evelyn Regner, who is Vice President of the European Parliament. I will just be here facilitating this session, which aims to explore current challenges of the women, peace and security agenda. Despite progress made in the past 2 decades, women's participation in peace processes, decision-making and conflict prevention and resolution remains limited, and they encounter violence and discrimination. This is a topic, by the way, that is of great concern to the European Parliament. Only 2 weeks ago, our Women's Rights Committee held a hearing on gender aspects of defense, peace and security. And in that hearing, it became clear that there has so far been too narrow a focus on women as victims rather than women as active and equal agents in security and defense. The European External Action Service, let's say the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of the European Union, is now proposing gender-responsive leadership as a long-term strategy. They are currently piloting training for senior management by a Swedish body in external action and proposing also gender budgeting. These are ideas maybe that will come back during this discussion. So let us get into this discussion with a couple of guiding questions. The first one, which should allow all the participants to introduce their first thoughts on this important topic. What role does this women, peace and security agenda play in current geopolitics? We know how complicated the world is, how complicated these relations, international relations, are since a couple of years, of course, because of the war in Ukraine, but also because of many other factors. So what role does the WPS agenda play in current geopolitics? Maybe Irene Fellin, you would like to take the floor first?
Sure, thank you very much. Let me first thank you, Silvana, and all the board and WPL for the invitation. It's amazing being here. I want to congratulate you and all of you here in the room for your 10th anniversary. It's a different feeling for me being in a room full of women, in an official room coming from NATO, where the majority of our leaders are men. Even so, we have make a long way on that as well in terms of the secretariat. So in the leadership, we reached at a certain point a parity among the Assistant Secretary General and the senior leadership. Not the same, I would say, in terms of permanent representatives, where only 6 out of 31 are women. So still a long way to go. We all know this. But it would be very beneficial for all of us, because the energy that we can feel in a room where there are more women, but certainly where there could be a gender balance, it is different, because we know all this, the passion and the different perspective that we bring. So today here we are here to celebrate one of the 3 pillars of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, that is, as you all know, the participation. And for me, it remains the core of all the agenda. Of course, the agenda was adopted at the year 2000, looking at the 3 pillars, the protection, the participation, the prevention. I always think if we don't participate as a women on the front line, at the tables, in the front line, on the field, we cannot protect our sister, and we cannot support each other. It is extremely important, therefore, that we are present. And why is important, this agenda? The fact itself that we still need to talk about this, showing that the agenda has relevance. And particularly today, coming from a NATO perspective, looking at this from a defense and security perspective, it is impossible to analyze the security environment if we don't analyze the human environment. And the society is made by men and women, boys and girls. And this is the only way that can enable us to prevent conflict, to provide security, is looking to the different dimension. And today's security environment is particularly complex. We see that the widespread conflict, mass displacement, terrorism, cyber attacks, disinformation, and not forget about new emerging security challenges such as climate change and disruptive technologies. They all need a gender perspective. Otherwise, we will not understand the complexity of the phenomenon that are affecting our own security. We took an example of Ukraine and Russia's aggression, that it's very close, it's at the border of NATO, and it's at the core of our business today. We see how women and children are disproportionately affected. We see how they have been displaced and become refugees and at risk of conflict-related sexual violence and trafficking more than ever. We also see how unsecure has become the online world. Online is actually taking disproportionate effect on women in a different level, and also very much connected with different forms of sexual harassment and trafficking. But we also saw how the damage to civilian infrastructure has second and third level effects on society, often affecting women more than men in the long run, with the consequences of connected with food insecurity as well. So I think that it's clear if you look around us, and I take Ukraine as an example because I'm speaking from a NATO perspective, that this is unfortunately present in all the conflict around the world. So there is, given a clear correlation between peace and gender equality, this is why we need the women, peace and security still. And that's why when I started my mandate last year, a few months before NATO adopted its new strategic concept, which is a document that paves the way for a decade, gives the vision of the alliance, I realized that no strategic concept before that moment had included the women, peace and security agenda. Even so, NATO had a policy and an action plan. That I found is very interesting, let's put it this way, because it shows again how this work is often conducted in a silos. So we give importance to that, but we don't integrate this in the core. So that's why what you are referring now to bringing this, the gender and the leadership as part of the core business is extremely important. And this is why I set myself this as a main objective. I started in January. In June, we were going to adopt the new strategic concept, and that was one opportunity, and then we should have waited another decade. I said, if I don't manage to have this as part of our vision, I can resign immediately. Because that's who we are, the strategic concept, and where the alliance wants to go. And now, thanks to the support, of course, of the alliance, that found a consensus on that, we not only have a reference of the importance of integrating women, peace and security across the core task of the alliance, but also we managed to include what for me was essential, that we promote and advance the gender equality as a reflection of our values. So it's not only ticking the box of what we are doing, but it's a reflection of who we are as an alliance.
Thank you very much. Sahara Bassar, please. The floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Well, first I want to thank Savannah and the WPL for this event. It's really heartwarming to see a room full of women. It makes me feel so emotional, to be honest. I'm so happy and proud that we have all these strong women here in one room. Back to your question, definitely the WPS agenda plays a crucial role in our current geopolitics. It recognized the importance of women's participation in conflict prevention, peace negotiations, and also the post-conflict reconstruction. We all know and see that nowadays we have a lot of conflicts everywhere, and women are the most ones experience the worst of wars. whether from being displaced or sexually harassed or lack of health care. A couple of days ago, I just read that there are 219,000 women in Sudan. They are pregnant and they are at risk for not having the right health care. And that's why now the WPS is more relevant and we need to push for its implementation. And I understand that different countries have their own national and culture varieties in implementing the WPS agenda. So that's why I feel this is a good chance for me to talk more about how Egypt is taking concrete steps on increasing the representation of women in peacemaking. For example, we have now, as Egypt is the 6th contributor to the UN peacemaking, we have 2,850 peacemakers, and 141 of them are women. And in Mali, the foreign police unit, the Egyptian foreign police unit, have established 3 search and detect teams. One of them is entirely run by women, and it's the first in the UN operations. Also in 2019, we announced for having an action plan, national action plan, coming out of the WPS agenda. And it's actually now is in the finalizing phases. And I think by announcing it finally, it will amplify the efforts that it has been happening on the ground nationally and globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I welcome the presence in the room of Mrs. Saleh Work Seude, who is the President of Ethiopia. Thanks for joining us. And now the floor is for Mrs. Rosalia Biro, who, as I said, is the chairperson of the Committee for Foreign Affairs in the Chamber of Deputies of Romania.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Madam President, dear ladies, I am very honored to have the opportunity to be here. Sorry for my voice, but I will try to speak just very short. First of all, happy birthday. And the question is, how big visionary you have to be to feel the importance of the network, the power of women leader network in 2013. Because today we know that we need it very much. We know that our world is changing and we need the power and we need the focus of the women on the people. But in 2013, when our President Silvana Kohmeri started to develop this network, the world was different. So congratulations and thank you a lot for the bottom of my heart, because we need a lot this network. And I think that all of us feel the power what this network gives for us and the opportunity what this network gives for us. So happy birthday and thank you a lot for Silvana and for all the ladies who put their shoulder to build this network. Thank you. And regarding the question, the role of a VPS agenda and the role what he assumed in the geopolitical situation is depend on us. And please allow to me to say my point of view, because I think that it's important how we give our attention to put in practice this agenda, because this could be just a paper on our table, or it could be a reality of our lives. First of all, please allow me to say some words about the example what my country, Romania, did it in this field. we elaborated, first of all, the Ministry of National Defense lead to promote and put in practice the VPS agenda at the national level. We created the Gender Management Office. We designed an officer as national focal point. We nominated gender advisor and experts in all institutions part of the security sector who provide support for the national focal point, and we monitoring the implementation by a national group. These were the steps what my country did it. In 2020 we elaborated the national strategy, and now we work in a renewal national strategy which will be finished in December 2023 for the period 2024-28. So very short, my response about the question is that if each country create the structures which are needed to put in practice the women, peace and security agenda, and if we have indeed structures who monitor the steps what we did, then we can say that this agenda will have an important role and will have an important role in the geopolitical situation too. We see, unfortunately, the events, Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we stand near the Ukrainian people. I think that more than in last year, we need to focus on people, on the people's problem, on the people's, on the family's problem, and who can do better this thing than the women leaders. So this is the reason why we have to take every step and every tool to build a construction for the women peace and security agenda. And we had to put in practice the principles from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So still on this more general question on the role of women, peace and security agenda, the floor is now for Mrs. Lindwi Lamini, President of the Senate of Eswatini. Please.
Thank you very much, Moderator. May I honor Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia, and Silvana, our dear sister, Stefane, the President of the Belgian Parliament, and all of you excellencies that are here, dignitaries, dear sisters, what a wonderful day to be here. What a vibrant room this is. There is so much power in this room. I mean, it can change the whole world. I just want to quickly just say, while our moderator asked a question, I had a question that was in my mind to say, first of all, congratulations to women parliamentary leaders. And also, we agree with the vision. What the vision of women political leaders has done, it has caused all of us to ask questions, not to be comfortable with the status quo in our countries, and not to watch the men lead, but to ask ourselves individually, what can we do? And also, what are we doing about it? It's not enough to just talk about what can we do. It's to stand up and then do something. I was asking myself, that why are we not achieving the desired vision? We all know what needs to be done, but we're not achieving it. And the very little milestones when it comes to women representation. And we know women have all the capacity, but what are we waiting for? Now, the most disheartening issue about this is that the world is filled with injustice, with wars. We just heard about Ukraine, what is happening to our sisters there, what is happening to the children there, what is happening in other parts of the world, not just in Ukraine. There are many. I'm coming from Africa, and there's a lot going on in Africa where people are being displaced, children are being displaced, women are being raped, people are losing their livelihoods. And as women, I believe we are the right people to stand up and say enough is enough. We have watched our leaders We have watched our men, we respect them. But what we are seeing is there's war everywhere. There's rumors of war. And decisions are made without us, but that affect us. And it is not fair. It cannot continue. We cannot pretend that this is the way to go. Security, the security of future generations, I believe, is in the women. What pains me the most is that it is these very women that are full in this room that have given birth to the leaders that today feel we do not belong to the table where decisions are made. It is our very own sons that we gave birth to, that we nurtured and we taught leadership to, that believe that we do not need to participate. Unfortunately, the media doesn't make it easy for women. Our very own sons and daughters in the media, they do not represent women well. Whenever they talk about a woman, it's dressing her down, it's finding fault with a woman. Whereas our male counterparts are left to just, if I can say, get away with a lot of things. So in terms of security, I believe that women need to be at the forefront because we bear the brunt of every violence. We bear the brunt of every decision that is made that doesn't favor us. Seated here, I see others from Rwanda. I was there a few months ago. When you hear what happened in the Republic of Rwanda, the atrocities that happened there, the displacements, the rapes, it is shocking. And I'm saying to this room, I'm saying to all of us, it's enough. It's enough. We do need to say, it cannot continue like this. Individually, as women, even those that are married, let's talk to our husbands. Let's talk to them. It cannot continue like that. We cannot have just a few people making decisions that affect us. Even in the political career, in the political life, the structure itself is not designed to make it easy for a woman. It's more a male-dominated environment. And for women, not only is money a barrier, but also you have to raise your children at the same time, but the infrastructure is not there. I think there's a lot that women can do. And I believe we have what it takes. And I believe when we take charge in our individual countries, there are many groups that are formed in many countries. In my country, for instance, we are having a lot of advocacy where women groups are formed, where women are encouraged, the government, His Majesty's government, they are doing a lot to ensure that women are represented. As one of the presenters was making remarks on, I think it was Savannah, who was mentioning that certain positions are just for males. I happen to have occupied a male-dominated post, which is Ministry of Public Works and Transport. And I can tell you, we have what it takes, not just in leading, but in making sure a safe world for everyone. I think that is what I'd like to just add. I believe we have what it takes. Men, we believe in you. We know you're there, but let's sit together at the table. Let's make the decisions together that affect our lives and the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it's my privilege also to give the floor to Evelyn Regner, who is Vice President of the European Parliament and who used to be also the chair of the Women's Rights and Gender Equality Committee.
Thank you very much. So great to see you here in the European Parliament. So female, strong political power, and I think that really fits because we as European parliamentarians, we're often pushing also the European institutions to be more really not only aware, but really doing, implementing to changing the structures. There I'm just where Lindiwe right now was talking. It's about changing structures. You can't be what you can't see. And therefore, it's important that you are all here right now, but that we are also, that we are visible, but that we are changing the structures. And therefore, I'm just coming what we are trying to do at the European Union's level with gender action plans, really to change those structures. So capacity building on women's leadership for women negotiators and mediators, and of course the famous quota. Yes, it makes a difference. Sometimes I'm just swallowing because I think 1/3, so why 1/3 only? It should be parity, but at least a quota of 1/3 of women participating at all European Union activities and projects related to peace. Of course, this is visibility. This leads to change, and somehow, in this case, there was a significant increase of really those powerful women really participating and changing and really doing their job on foreign politics and peace. The other thing is the parity in management positions. I'm always very close, always very direct in the European Parliament to the solutions. Yes, the goal of parity in the management positions wherever, in the Commission, in the EAS, in the CSDP missions, that has to be achieved. And of course, it's improving, but without goals, quota, really a path that is not only watched, but that is also done with sort of sanctions, we won't reach it. And then mandatory training on mainstreaming, so gender mainstreaming, for all European Union diplomatic staff and common security and defense policy missions, and in many of them also to include a gender advisor. And there again, representation matters. Silvana said that, we all know that, we all live that, but with a concrete goal, a concrete path, a concrete implementation. Also, if the job is done, we change the structures, and that's it all about. And finally, of course, also because the whole harassment, sexual harassment issues are a huge issue. Mandatory training on mainstreaming the gender perspectives, this is really something that has to be done. And we as European Union, we think leading by example. That's also so important because it's all about visibility, and with this visibility to change the structures.
Thank you. So now for the next and last 15 minutes, I will ask the same two questions to three participants, Mrs. Fellin, Mrs. Albassar, Mrs. Biro. How can we counter the rollback, if there is a rollback of the WPS agenda, and which concrete steps can we take to strengthen women's participation? And then I will also give, of course, the floor to Mrs. Lamini and Mrs. Regner, asking both of them if is there sufficient momentum for a feminist foreign policy. But please stick to a maximum of 3 minutes each. We in the European Parliament members know that 3 minutes, this can be quite a long intervention, and this will allow us to stick to our timeline today. So first of all, Mrs. Fellin, please.
Thank you very much. I think that the Vice President and the previous speaker have already mentioned the key elements of what it should be done. Remove the barriers, the structural barriers. We can use the quota system. We can, that's a very controversial topic. Many women are against this. Sometimes I think it's the necessary tool, even if we would prefer to achieve the same result in a different way. But I think something that is very important is to continue gathering empirical evidence on why it's important. This is something that I'm experiencing at NATO very much. When I develop the policy and I work especially with the military part of the house, is the so what for NATO? So what is really the added value in practical terms? Because I develop policy at political level, but then they are translated into practice. And you mentioned the CSDP missions, and very often I work in synergy with Ambassador Stella Runner and other colleagues on the role of the gender advisor, what it means to translate this when we are on the field. So it's very important, and I have been experienced, is that to move from the ideological part of the agenda into the concrete one. Otherwise, this will be has a counter side effect for us. So it's very important that we connect with the reality and with our colleague on the ground. And I know the time is short, so I would just to stress one element. I also had the same sentence, you cannot be what you cannot see. Because, and I experienced this through the eyes of my daughters. I have two 8-year girls, twins, and this is what it comes from them. They said, Mama, I want to be a policeman. And they said, no, you can be a policewoman. No, because I don't see them. Where are they? So, and that's, I take this as an example because this happened to me, but this is everywhere. And in politics, we bear this responsibility. You bear the responsibility more than everyone else, to lead by example and to guide and mentor the new generation. Youth is the key. It was mentioned before, not only young women, but young men as well. And it's very important that we reach out to them. And to do that, we know that we have to use digital technologies and we have artificial intelligence. A lot of discussion now about generative artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, just to give an example. It's something that will change our way of working, our life, and we have to be very cautious because it's already proved that it perpetrates gender stereotypes and bias. So we have to be very attentive in the way in which we approach this and how this can affect the achievement and made so far.
Thank you. Mrs. Albassar for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think... Is that me?
No, sorry. Mrs. Albassar, sorry. Excuse me, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. To counter the rollback of the WPS agenda, I think first we need to continue advocating for the continuous implementation of the agenda. And the second thing is we need to address the societal and the legal barriers that hinders women from participation. Let's be honest. How many countries here has cultures and beliefs that designed one single role for a woman, that once she is born, she has to follow this design of her role? We need to invest in education. We need to raise awareness and give more options of her responsibilities in the society. So we need to empower her, advocate, and we need to show her success stories. As you, Honorable, mentioned, there are no police women out there that children can see as role models. So we need to have successful stories in our peacemaking and women in conflicts are doing to show our generations and the new generations as an example. The second thing is that we need to be also honest about is the financial aspect of the implementation of the WPS agenda. According to a research for the UN Women, the underinvestment of the gender inclusive peace conflict or post-conflict creates financial gap, which makes the implementation of WPS agenda commitments much more difficult. Therefore, I think, in my opinion, leveraging the synergies between WPS agenda with other global agendas, like the SDGs, for example, and highlighting its relevance to the key global issues, I think it will make a difference because we can embed the WPS agenda in the economic transformation, the climate change issues, and that will make a boost in our efforts to implement and counter the setback of the agenda. Thank you.
Madam Bilo, please.
Thank you. I totally agree regarding what our colleagues in panel said, so I will not repeat it. I will just add 2 or 3 things. How can we counter? Just look, please, a little bit around. And I want to bring here the example of Republic of Moldova, because they have a president, a women president, Maia Sandu, former Prime Minister who is with us, Madam Gavriță, and thank you for that. A President of Foreign Affairs Committee, and I can give more examples. And if we analyze what they did it in the last years, very shortly we can say that they changed the country life from a day to another in a very short period. They made miracles in their country. This is what the women can do. This is the reason why we need to put in practice the agenda. And thank you for that. And what I want to add regarding the concrete steps, what we have to do, please allow to me to say, based on my experience, the fact that we need to empower women. And how? Because this is the big question. It is one step to make the structure which give the chance, but is not enough. And this is why where I feel the importance of women organizations of the political parties. If we talk about security, then the support of that ministries. But if we talk about the political field where we take the decisions, there the role of women organization is a huge one. I am also the president of European People's Party Women Organization. We have there 53 national women organizations. I have to say to you that the role assumed by the women in this political family is a huge one. We can support each other, we can understand each other, we can be there in each moment for each other. And I just close to saying what usually my daughter said. She is 19 now. Because I am traveling a lot, we are not together too much. And when we are not together, she just writes to me, "You go, girl." So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Lamini, taking into account this context, is there sufficient momentum for a feminist foreign policy?
Thank you very much. I believe there is. When you see what is happening and what is being said around the room, you can see that the impetus is with us. It rests with us. Just taking one from what the other speakers have been saying, empower women. I wanted to just add one point to say we need to start it at primary schools, go on with tertiary, have curriculum where gender is taught, gender equality is taught at a young age, so that they do not realize it when they are now going into their places of work, where they understand that we are equal as men and women. Secondly, the stereotypes and the beliefs, again, we can work on that through the education process. I think that is basically what I want to highlight. Education, 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 and sensitization. And finally, as women, I believe it is upon us to believe in each other. The men keep saying we do not support one another. We do not believe in each other. Such forums are there for us to stand and just say, let's be there for each other. Let's be there for our sisters. Let's support one another. And I believe we can make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Frau Regner, please.
Thank you very much. What a question. Of course there is. Look at these fantastic women in Iran. How courageous are they? Going on the streets, taking the hands of the brothers and the husbands who are supporting them and simply fighting and being courageous. Look at the fantastic also women leaders in Afghanistan. They were, somehow so brave, and they are. So look at those fantastic, and I think there are some here from Madame Tikhanovskaya and those fantastic Belarusian leaders. So look when you're seeing those courageous, fantastic political leader colleagues of yours, and I think you have a couple of them on mind. So when Sweden introduced feminist foreign policy, this was really an eye-opener, because it is simply being more aware of the whole picture. What is necessary to strengthen democracy, to go into peace negotiations, to really outspoken foreign policy. So simply to use the whole tools of instruments we have with us. And insofar, of course, more than ever, and we see that look into Germany, there is a momentum for feminist foreign policy, and I think we all should push that here. So, thanks.
Thank you very much to all of you. I think that during these last 45 minutes we learned a lot on this important topic, which is in some way opening or preparing the field for the several discussions that will take place today. We learn about the necessity of being present, about the challenges created by disinformation, by artificial intelligence, by cybersecurity, the impact of problems, big world problems as climate change, the fact that some of these problems and situations affect women and children in a disproportionate way, that of course it's about Ukraine, the situation in Ukraine because of this horrible aggression by Russia, but not only, there are several other cases in Africa, and now mentions were also done to Iran or to Afghanistan, and of course all the elements for a possible solution, changing structures, maybe mandatory trainings, education, of course, education is key to empower women. This is a message that I think was pretty clear this morning. Of course, the question about quotas, that is always a subject of discussion, and how already women change their countries, sometimes leading them, sometimes on the streets, as again the case in Iran and Afghanistan. So thank you very much for your messages, for sharing your opinions and your knowledge with all of us, and from my side, just to say that it was a honor and a pleasure to moderate this panel. Thank you very much.
My name is Sarah Beslo-Nyanti, and I'm currently serving as the UN Resident Coordinator and head of the UN Development System in South Sudan. I also serve as Humanitarian Coordinator in South Sudan. Interestingly enough, I serve as one of the deputies in the peacekeeping mission in South Sudan. 3 portfolios, so I understand women, peace, and security. I'm in the heart of it. And that is why it's my distinct honor today to introduce someone who has served so many positions in the United Nations, someone who is going to be the first female head of state or government to speak today, but is a first of many things. She's the first African woman to serve as Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations. She's also the first woman to head an Organization of African Union Electoral Commission. She is also the first woman to be appointed as the the UN's ambassador to the African Union. So many firsts. I think we can call her a trailblazer. Dear delegates, guests, and all the participants here today, it is my humble and distinct privilege and honor to be the one to introduce the President of Ethiopia, Sahle-Work Zewde.
Thank you very much, my sister. I will say a few words in French before moving to English. Madame la Présidente du Sénat.
Madam President of the Belgian Senate, founder of the WPL, women leaders, ladies and gentlemen. When I came in through the doors of the European Parliament, I remembered the occasion of my last visit to this building on the 10th of October 2018, just 15 days before I was elected by another parliament as president. I did not realize at that point my life would take a 180-degree turn. I came to Brussels to participate in a meeting on the future of election observation missions. At the time, I was the special representative for the Secretary General of the African Union. This subject, which has led to conflict, was on the agenda for discussion today in the building. Now, the subject that brings us here today has a real impact on peace and security and is linked with what happened 5 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to be here with you today to attend this summit with a very pertinent theme: representation matters. I appreciate the true value of the opportunity provided to me to give a keynote address. I couldn't but accept. You've heard about my CV, about what I have been doing, mostly on peace and security, and rising to the position of president, but then overseeing a big break in terms of peace and security in my own country. So I couldn't but accept to be with you today to share some of my views and listen definitely to yours. Because after quite a long career that I had, exposed to many conflict situations, mainly in Africa, first as a diplomat, but mostly as a senior official of the United Nations, where I led missions in conflict-affected areas, served as mediator, and dealt with complicated elections in some countries. So therefore, I see it rather as an obligation to be here because it comes definitely with the territory. I've always given high priority to the issue of women, peace and security, an issue which has never been close to me than during the past years that my country went through. I'm well placed to talk about it after the devastating war we went through. Now we are at the stage of implementing the peace accord that was signed last November. I would like to thank WPL for having put the issue of women, peace and security at the core of the discussion. Nowadays, we see that there is no serious disagreement on the challenges as well as opportunities since we know quite well where peace and security challenges to women are. We just heard it from other speakers earlier. So the question is, why are we not moving forward in a significant manner, and how to do so? The reality is there is a rollback on the role of women in peace and security, as the statistics from the United Nations. I was seeing the other day that mediators and signatories to major peace processes are less than 6%, and negotiators are less than 13%. And in most peace processes, there is no woman mediator or signatory. So this is what defines what a rollback is. The world order is shifting. It must adjust to a more fragmented geopolitical landscape. It needs to respond to the emergence of new potential conflict domains, and it must rise to address myriad of global threats that have locked states into interdependence, whether they desire so or not. This new situation and multilateral relations demand that we look beyond our narrow security interests. The peace that we envisage can only be pursued alongside sustainable development and respect of human rights. At this turning point of the world, there is a need not only of the contribution of women in its transformation, but also strong and committed female leaders in all decision-making bodies. Only by dismantling gendered power inequalities and patriarchal social structures can we build a truly inclusive and sustainable peace. Structural biases, violence, and discrimination hold back half of our societies, making peace to remain elusive. Transformative progress on the WPS agenda requires consideration of the role of men who have traditionally dominated decision-making and addressing intergenerational power dynamics. This is why we also talk about positive masculinity. The collaboration between local, regional, and global networks such as this one is very critical. In conflict settings, women are portrayed as victims, and victims they are. It's also clear that both men and women suffer during conflicts. In fact, most of the combatants being men, they put their life in danger. But experiences are different. Women suffer displacement. As I said earlier, gender-based violence, losing their house, their husband, and most of the time being the only single mother to take care of the family and their children. This is what I see in my own country after the conflict. They seek for years accountability and justice, which are very slow in coming. This is, as I said, what we have been experiencing. But let me tell you here, from my own most recent painful experience, women I met in the IDP camps in my own country had clearly spelled out questions sometimes very hard to answer, but also proposing solutions. I'm talking about displaced women. They can see early signs of conflict. These are not leaders, not holding any political positions, but clearly they are also agents of change, of peaceful solution. In fact, in Ethiopia, women leaders have played a critical role in ascertaining independence and justice throughout our history. That is why we say they have to be at the table. In fact, talking of which, it reminds me of what a young Nigerian told me just last week when I was in Abuja, and I would like to quote her. She said, "They all say that we should have a seat at the table, but this is not coming. So I don't understand. It seems that they don't have a seat for us, So we're ready to have our own seat made by the carpenter next door and come with it. Just let us in. Let us in the room. So I think we cannot continue promising and not delivering. The young generation is pushing. We need to benefit from different points of views and approaches that come from different perspectives, different life experiences. The exercise of power by women, the leadership style, speaks volume to their pragmatic approach. Just to mention two examples. One in Africa, the first female president of Tanzania. As soon as she took power, in the following weeks, she asked all opposition parties and politicians who were outside the country to come. She allowed the political parties to function. She had an inclusive approach of leadership at the expense, at the risk of her own political career. But she said that the space has to be open to any Tanzanian who wants to do it. The other that struck me is in another continent, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, as you know, who resigned from her position when she felt it was time to leave. It is difficult to even envisage a leader quitting without any attempt to cling to power. We have witnessed an empathetic leadership style as well, for which, as I have seen in the papers, she has been criticized, as if leadership doesn't go with empathy. Representation indeed matters. I will not dwell on the need to have as many women as possible in leadership positions until equality is guaranteed. But this is not just a numeric representation. This is not for others to tick boxes to appear to be politically correct. It's not just an issue of statistics. It's not neither a window dressing. The number of women in political positions or in elected positions has increased over time. It's seen just a few women participate in peace efforts. Seeing just a few women participate in peace efforts doesn't help the WPS agenda progress. Does this representation mean more power? How do we measure power? These are questions to answer. Honestly speaking, one can inspire, be seen as breaking the glass ceiling, show that this is also possible, but without power, there is not much women can do. It can actually give a wrong impression of meaningful achievement and divert our attention from the real struggle. Men can use it as a major steps taken by them towards gender equality. So it can rather lead to a frustrating experience, be seen as having been able to climb the ladder, but in reality remaining instrumentalized with a constant psychological violence of being told she owes where she is because of the will of somebody else. We have to be careful. We might then end up frustrating women, traumatizing them. She might feel not being worthy of this high position, made to doubt about herself, no matter her merits. That is why representation in numbers rhymes with influence, impact, power a woman should have. It is a glass half full. Let's fill it quickly and with many women as possible in order to avoid the trauma I mentioned earlier. I've seen in many situations where women, although at high political leadership positions, will tell you their frustration of not being heard or taken seriously. Yes, let's have more women visible to represent us all, but there is a lot to do in preparing them. Training is important. And as the previous speakers have said, education is at the basis of everything. I had the honor of chairing the International Commission on the Futures of Education of UNESCO the past 2 years, and I can tell you there is a lot to be done. Without education, we can't, a young girl cannot go far. So we have to prepare the mid-level leaders, but also at the grassroots level, women insider mediators, negotiators, those who can see the early signs of conflict. They are the ones who know the reality. Training is not enough if we do not follow them. Coaching, mentoring is as well as important. In the Central African Republic, where I served and led the UN peacebuilding mission, we were training many women. And at the end, when I asked where they were, we couldn't find them. So training alone might not be the answer, but training is very important. As I conclude, for me, the rollback of women representation, of their role in peace and security, has to do on knowing how to handle diversity, and diversity doesn't stop at gender. The weakening of democracies has an impact on inclusivity, on accepting that someone is different but part and parcel of the society. To decide when one holds a decision-making position, it's good to have a diversity of opinion. Representation is key for an effective democracy. Not giving enough time for debate, not favoring compromises weakens democracy. Building democracy is not an easy task, we all know. It requires time. It should grow based on ideas, not emotions, as it's now used with the social media. When we do not talk or think, it's not necessary. And when we believe that it's not necessary to discuss, then what remains is violence. That is why we need more women in politics, in political parties. It is imperative they participate in the political life of their country. They are representing not a symbolic representation, but a substantive one. Many obstacles are on the way. Violence against women takes different forms. So many other violences, the invisible ones, the psychological violence that demoralizes women from moving forward, derailing them from their important role in forging peace. So we have to really move and make sure that the glass, which is half full, continue to be filled. We have a long way to go. We need to cooperate among us, not compete. Platforms as WPL are important to give confidence to women. I wish you a very fruitful summit. Looking forward to hearing from your very valuable contributions to this. It's refreshing to see that here in Belgium, the European Parliament, as well as the Senate and the Parliament of Belgium, are led by women. It's, I think, important to note. Let's exchange our experiences. This is very important to learn from one another. That's where we say, I'm not alone in this. So I think it's very important. In any case, wishing a happy 10th anniversary to WPL, I would like to again wish you fruitful deliberation. I will try to participate as much as I can, but definitely I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Can we give her another round of applause? I think you agree with me that she's an inspiration to all of us. I know she's an inspiration to me, and all of us should aspire to be the first among many things across our globe and in all of our countries. Let's give her a hand as she walks out. Our next session is going to be a panel, but I would like to say something about that panel before they come in and before they are introduced. War, oppression, and strong men. Our last keynote speaker, President Saleh Zaudi, said, education. We cannot deal with women, peace, and security if girls are not educated. Over $50 billion is needed this year to meet the needs of over 230 million people around the world. Humanitarian consequences, people suffering because of war, oppression, and strongmen. Opposing strongmen politicians and the oppression and wars which often come with their regimes includes suffering of untold magnitude for women, girls, for children. Strongmen are political leaders who concentrate power in their own hands at the expense of others. They may use tactics as repression and oppression of opposition, media, democratic institutions, oppressing the norms that go with democracy. And these tactics lead to an erosion of democracy around the world. Is the international community equipped to deal with strongmen? That's the question for this next panel. I ask the question, right now in Sudan, can we say, if there were 2 women as the lead actors in Sudan, will the situation in Sudan be as it is today? That's a question for all of us to answer. And it's a question for us to reflect. As I call in the next panel, our moderator is Dan Michaels. He is the Brussels Bureau Chief of the Wall Street Journal. Ismat Yahan, Ambassador and Permanent Observer Mission of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to the EU. Kathleen Shebb, Member of the European Parliament, she's Vice Chair Renewed. Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, she's a journalist, she's an author, and an activist. And you'll see as she comes, look at her T-shirt. Underneath her green suit, which signals prosperity and just a freshness, she has a blue shirt that says truth. And this is about speaking truth to strong men. Asita Kanko, Member of the European Parliament, please welcome them as they come in and take their seats.
Okay. I'd like to welcome our panel and thank WPL for having us all here. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be here with you. We have a big topic to cover in the next 45 minutes. As introduced, I'm Dan Michaels. I am the Brussels Bureau Chief of the Wall Street Journal, and these days, unfortunately, we write a lot about war, oppression, and strong men. And I think part of the reason that I was asked to do this is that one of my colleagues and a friend of mine is the victim of a strong man. He is currently sitting in prison in Moscow for doing his job. His name is Evan Gershkovich. Strong men is something that an issue that is very near to all of us here. The panel, we're going to start, each of us is going to offer a few thoughts, and then we're going to open it up for what I hope will be a fairly lively discussion. And I think we will just begin to my left, if that's okay. Ismat, if you'd like to start, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, Dan. And I would like to thank Silvana and her team of the WPL team and congratulate them on the occasion of the 10th anniversary. It's a pleasure for me to be speaking at this panel, which is quite topical. And before I proceed, I have a little comment or to share that is I had already shared with Dan and some others. To me, attributing autocratic and despotic leaders as strong men, to me, is not the right way to describe them. I would rather say they are weak men who are holding on to power through some despotic means, including personality cult, that is often the case. So, thank you. Because when we say that strong women, we really like women to be strong. So why do we call despotic men strong? They're in fact weak. So that was my observation that I wanted to start with. But it's needless to emphasize that underlying all types of crisis situation, where war, whether it's war or in case of somebody mentioned earlier in the day about climate change crises, we always find the critical issue is power relations. So the gender hierarchy and female subordination with the traditional control over women gets more pronounced under crisis, and conflicts are diverse, as I had mentioned, and these are not always state men, or whether we call them strong men or not, that is different, but there are also sometimes non-state actors who are very much in crisis time. They are taking position against women. And of course, suppression of civil liberties in the context of shrinking democracy. And what I would say is the ultra-nationalism in some of the so-called strong men, which also helps them to take to have a personality cult. I'm against repeating that they want to show they are, or he, in this case, is the only person to be reckoned with. And another observation, I would say that when you talk about power and autocracy, it is, I would say it's gender, not really necessarily gender neutral. Women can, history says that, there have been women who are equally strong and sometimes even went across the limits to become despotic and authoritarian. I would not give an example, but history does speak so. And conflict does not, of course, affect women in a uniform way. And in the previous panel, we heard discussion on resolution, UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which mandates member states to engage women in all aspects of peace building. And I had the privilege to serve in the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And I had seen that how women are affected in times of conflict and crisis, where, again, I would say it's the strong men who would be using their power and using other perpetrators to help them. In common parlance, it would be called henchmen to serve their purpose. So I would say that is feminism, I think we would discuss that question later, Dan, Is feminism a remedy against dictatorship? Well, as I said, it's not a gender-neutral issue. And women in positions of power is often said to be more likely to make less aggressive decisions in terms of policy. But we often see that, they take up a role or they take a posture trying to combat that weak or pacifist women stereotype image. And sometimes they become more authoritarian in their ways and means. And I would say that, much of the strength of power, autonomy, in independence, these are attributes which are typically given to men and masculinity. So a woman, not necessarily, please note I'm saying not necessarily, but often they have to pick up that kind of image to show that they are in charge. There was some, I will come to some examples later, but I think I will stop here, and I'll be happy to later engage in these discussions. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Ismat. Yeah, you raised some topics there that we definitely can come back to in our discussion. Next, Asita.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I'm very moved to see such a big room full of women from different horizons. I see the world in this room and its potential as well. I would like, before I make my points, to thank my colleagues, thank WPL and our moderator, and quote the founder of WPL, my friend Silvana Kokmerin. She said, "We need to increase the number and influence of women in politics worldwide. This is why I have founded WPL. The mission of WPL, Women Political Leaders, is to help achieve this goal globally." When I started the initiative, Political Incubator in Belgium 2018, to connect women and girls across political and linguistic divides and make them share their experiences, learn from each other, run for office, and when they succeed, survive in office, because I'm telling you, the fight only starts really when you are in office. Before that, you think you've seen a lot. So we really need to continue this fight. And when I started that, Silvana was there to help. She's always there to help all connected, related initiatives to help advance the causes of women. So let's continue supporting her initiative and being proud of what she and her team have put together today and bringing us together to speak. And then I would like to quote another woman who is also a big inspiration to me, who was an inspiration to me when I was a child growing up in Burkina Faso, West Africa, before coming to Belgium. This woman, you all might know her, I hope, and I suppose, is Simone de Beauvoir. Simone de Beauvoir, a French philosopher and writer who wrote The Second Sex, said, "To a man unsure of his worth, there seemed to be no bigger threat than an independent woman." I'm sure that each of you has sometimes seen this experience in reality. As a politician who is in office, I can confirm that in politics, there seems to be no bigger threat to men than your competence as a woman and your commitment to do your job and to not be beautiful and keep quiet, because that's not what we want to do anymore. The problem, thank you. The reason why there are strong men, and that's why thriving and going forward is not only required in politics, but also in society in general. But politics is the epicenter of everything. The reason why there are strong men, the reason why they're so powerful, the reason why they're so influential, the reason why they decide for us and for our children in time of peace and war is because we do not connect enough. We do not connect enough inside politics, and we do not connect enough with other women outside politics Where are these strong men? In my perspective, how I see them, and when you go abroad on missions or when you look at how politics and business is working, they are in business, they are in politics, they are in consulting, they are in NGOs, they are in all kinds of organizations at every layer in society. If you look at a picture of the latest G7, how many women did you see? Even if you, how many? I saw one woman. The other one, Prime Minister Meloni went back to Italy because of the emergency there, because of the floods. And Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Even if you put I put my glasses on, and it was still the same photo. And it is every year, every time the same photo. Look at the G20 photo. Look at this European Parliament. There are much more women than before. Look at the circle of power, the hierarchy. You will see less women on a lot of photos. But yet, we do a lot of work. Yet, we will be over-scrutinized. Yet, we will be taught some lessons by people who actually do not have more power than me. I found out that our power was equal when in the parliament, for whoever comes to Strasbourg, if you are allowed to, please go inside the plenary room and try to move one of the chairs. I see my colleague smiling. Try to move one of the chairs. It's super heavy. I was struggling with my chair on the first day to move it so that I can sit on it. It was very heavy, and I looked at colleagues who are here like more than 20 years, some men who are very loud and who could move the chair very easily and sit on it. It was not strength, it was experience. And my neighbor told me, wait, I will teach you. There is a technique to move this chair. And he helped me. And then a couple of days, I got some men who were telling me what to do and who were acting like they were bigger MEPs than I am, but were elected the same way. And even I forgot that we were equal because they were so sure of themselves. And then I realized, wait a minute. Each of them struggled with this chair on the first day. I earned this chair, we are equal, and I'm going to take my files. And what I promised the voter, what I promised the women who supported me, I'm going to try to do it even when I'm scared, because you will be scared. And that's the problem. When we are scared, what do? Don't know about you, but you don't stop. That's why you're here today, right? I see our President of Senate here. I see a lot of women here that I saw struggling when they were starting. You don't stop. When you are scared, that's when you really need to continue. And every day we'll find a situation where we are scared. I say that maybe you will wonder, what is the ultimate link between that and the strong men? Because it's the only way. They are the only ones in the room because when we are scared, we usually forget to continue and we spend too much time being scared. Or we forget to tell someone that we are scared. So I think that the solution here is starting with us admitting that it's okay to be scared. The men are too. Also these strong men, that's why they are strong men. I agree with my neighbor that it's weakness in motion. I would like to conclude this first contribution to say that regardless of people's political color, preference, opinions, experience, every woman you will find in politics, whatever her color is, physical or political, she will have exactly the same experience in meeting rooms and in other circumstances. Do never forget, whatever is happening, you are sisters. So we need to be, solidarity will help us achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Asita. Next, Kathleen.
Well, first of all, I would also like to thank WPL for having me here and for this opportunity to be on this panel and also be in this community, which, as also the previous speaker said, is very empowering. I come from a country, from Hungary, where the number of elected politicians have a very terrible gender distribution. It is, and it was so bad, you know, to be a kid and turn on the television and see like nobody who looks like me. When I talked to my friends, to my parents about my political ambitions back there, everybody told me that like, yeah, of course it would be nice, but this is Hungary, right? Like, you would have no chance anyhow, so just, get a normal job. I'm quite sure some of you already had the same experiences while growing up, while fighting on your path of getting here. So what I really want to say is that for a lot of people, you are the motivation. We are the motivation, and we have to be very mindful of this. Whatever we do, whatever we say, there are thousands and tens of thousands of young women looking at us and seeing us either as an inspiration, as a path to follow, or maybe to somebody to disagree with, but still providing like a viable outcome for maybe a 5 or 6 year old girl who is dreaming about changing laws for the betterment of people. So this is very important to have these conversations, and particularly because, as the title of this panel says, the world is becoming an increasingly more dangerous place. If I could describe the period, what we are living through, I would use the word polycrisis. We have mounting challenges, pandemic, economic crisis, and wars, and threats to lives and safety and security of people everywhere, and particularly to women. Because let's not forget to say it, in war, women are just more affected. There is a very special type of suffering that is happening under dire circumstances, and I just have a feeling also while sitting at the Committee of Foreign Affairs and talking to foreign affairs decision makers that women's issues are just not at the table as much as they should be. And we also see a global movement of repression of women's rights, globally, but also here in Europe. We see women's reproductive freedoms being under threat. We see an increasing reversal to traditional gender roles for women. And we see less and less equal policymaking due to an effort also of the increasing polarization. We also witness around us, I think, in many countries, if not all. And here, polarization and populism and strong men, as the title says, has these common characteristics, I believe, to rally against vulnerable groups, to create divisions of society, creating the us and them, and creating the enemies, and creating the way how a good person from that country should look like. And this is why it's very important what the colleagues prior to me said, because polarization can only happen, this division can only happen if different marginalized groups do not band together. And this is why I think feminism and intersectionality is so important, because it's just absolutely necessary to share the suffering and crises of each other, even if we are not directly affected, because we never know when we are next in the roster. I see it in my country, for instance. Once it's about the teachers, and if you are a manual labor worker, you do not raise your voice. Then it's about women, and if you are not a woman, you do not raise your voice. Then it's about sexual minorities, and if you do not belong there, you just stay quiet. And this is why autocrats and strongmen can succeed, because they manage to create this like artificial separation of the society who is together as a whole. And this is why it's absolutely essential to join together in a joint purpose, have conversations, maybe also disagree in these conversations, but work together. Because, solutions were also one of the questions. And of course, I don't know the solutions here, but partially, I think one of the solutions is to create a better narrative, a stronger narrative, a braver one. Because if you are confronted with a strong man, it's very easy to be scared. It's very easy to be intimidated by the media pressure or by the societal pressures or by the expectations of others. And we just don't fight back as much as we should. We are not telling our story. We are not being vocal enough, confrontative enough, powerful enough, and we do not have each other behind our backs. And this is why strong men are faced with a fragmented society, with divided political groups, and this is why the world can continue down a very dangerous trajectory. So one of the solutions is really to lead together and exchange together, because, well, we have this event, and that's great, but we all know that people on the other side, they have much more frequent exchanges. There are all these meetings where they share their strategies, they share their consultants, and if we want to provide a better and more feminist future for the world, I think we have to do the same. Create coalitions of like-minded and work together for our causes, which are not always the same, but pointing in the similar direction. Because we can only defeat the divisive populists with unity. So this is why it's so great to have this event, and I'm really hoping that we can also have a fruitful conversation here.
Thank you, Catalin. And for the final introductory remark, Esmeralda.
I also want to thank WPL and Silvana for having all of us here and for inviting me. The first remark I would like to make is we say representation matters, and yes, it does. The club of women in power, whether they are prime minister or president, is very exclusive, very small. We also lost some members this year, so it's always very small. And I agree completely with Kathleen. We have a multiple crisis: climate, health, conflict, and we have seen that women are particularly victims of those crises. They are the most part of the refugees. They are suffering in wars. They are suffering in COVID because maybe there were less deaths among the women, but the consequences were more felt by the women. They lost their job, although they were so essential during the crisis. We have seen that leaders, countries led by women, responded very well to the COVID crisis. And we saw the incredible job that the nurses and the care workers did. But after, again, we tend to forget the women. Climate is exactly the same. They are the most affected. They are among the most victims and the most displaced because of the climate crisis. But they are not there at the negotiation tables, or at least not enough. The percentage is still very low in the delegation, in the negotiation. The same for peace. Women are always there after conflict to put the pieces together, to put the communities together. And again, they are not part of very few at the negotiation table. So let's see. The world is in a big mess. We can admit that. And it's largely led by men. So I would say we should give the other half, the 50%, their chance to govern. Maybe we could have different solutions. Maybe we could have some sort of understanding and certainly more tolerance, peace, progressive ideas. We know that in parliaments, when there are women, they tend to be the ones that push for green policies and for progressive measures. We also see that it's not only in countries with dictators that women's rights are put again are threatened again. We have seen that in democracies also. So I would say that there's a lot to do, as you said. We have to connect. We have to remember we are sisters. We have to take the chair at the table because they are not going to invite us. So we have to take the chair ourselves. And I also want to add that when we talk about strong men, maybe we can talk after that what are the causes of this strong populist man coming to power, because of course there are very deep causes for that. But the way to combat that, there's a lot of ways we can talk about that, but the media has also a big responsibility because it sells papers, of course, to talk about all these men with testosterone and with masculinity and with shouting. Maybe we should define another way of a good leader. Maybe it's not the one that shouts the most. Maybe it's not the one that says, I am the one representing all of you. Maybe it's another way, like some women have demonstrated. So it's all that we have, I think, to define again and fight against the distrust that women still have in politics. Because you ask the citizen, and even some women say, I think the men would be better for this job. Why? We have to fight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Esmeralda. Thank all of you. I think very different perspectives, but obviously a lot of commonality in what we heard there. Maybe if I could pick up on something Esmeralda just said, reflecting on this, clearly, women's agendas very common in many areas, but there's not unity. I mean, you look, I'm American, and look at the number of women who voted against Hillary Clinton for president. So just, if we could talk maybe initially, is women a political force, and how do you overcome the differences that allow strong men and other authoritarian leaders to divide and conquer? And maybe we'll go in reverse order this time, and Esmeralda, you take that and we come back the other way.
Well, as I was saying, there are profound causes, of course, for the arrival of strong leaders. We have to say that the political class have lost a lot of trust from people, and globalization, neoliberalism has left a lot of people on the side. So there's a lot of anger, and the first one who comes and says, I understand you, I am the man of the people, of course, he will attract many people. It's normal, because many leaders have failed to address those problems, have failed to recognize the pain and the problems of so many people. So obviously, the first thing we have to do is look about the inequality in our societies, give the voice to everybody, also stop limiting the citizen part in protest, which is happening in a lot of our democracies now. I'm an activist, so I know that in probably all the governments now, and they are not dictatorship, there's a tendency to try to limit the way to protest, and that's not the way to go, of course. So there's a lot of things that we have to address to understand why those men are so attractive to people.
Kathleen?
I don't think women should vote the same way. I don't think if there's a woman leader running, everybody should be voting for them. We are diverse. I think we might disagree on a number of policies already at this table. Maybe we have very different ideas of, like, what a good taxation system should look like, or what the state should invest in. I think that's totally normal, we are not a stereotype, we are diverse. However, what we share is one same long-term goal, I think. And this is what we have to be aware of. More women in politics, like running in politics, being active at the negotiation table, being engaged in the conversation, a changing image of a politician woman is at the interest of all of us, not only us female politicians, but of the entire society. So I don't think every woman should have voted for Hillary Clinton, although, I have very hard time understanding why they didn't, but it's a total legitimate choice to, go otherwise. But what is a problem, and what I would like to disagree with, is that even if I disagree with a woman at the other end, I think I should still not engage in the same discussions the majority society of what the males would like to put us into. I feel as a female politician that very often there is this perception that there is only one seat at the table for a woman. So it's either you or somebody else, and you have to push somebody down. You have to put your elbows out and fight for that one space with your sisters. And I think what we have to do is to open up these spaces and not engage also in these debates, what's going on in the media, for instance, when they criticize a woman's, career choices, for instance, their appearance. I think we should be very forcefully stepping up against that, even if it is a politician we are fiercely disagreeing with. Because I think we all have it in our society, right? Why is she back so early after birth? Why is she dressing like that? Is that a leadership quality? No, it is their own choices. I have this feeling that when a female wants to run for a higher office, they have to tick a lot of boxes. And there are a number of consultants jumping at a female candidate, like how should you pose to the camera, what kind of colors you should be wearing, should you tie your hair up or down? And if there is a man, it's people are usually glad if they can, tie their they're tied together, or like, put on a coat and they are fine. And I think we have to rally against the idea that there is like only one way of doing politics as a woman, because more space and also more engagement is better eventually. And Esmeralda mentioned at her opening remarks the involvement of women in processes, and not when it is a problem that needs fixing up, but already in the process leading up to there, in the peace talks, in the development negotiations, in budgeting. That is a very different perspective, I think, compared to what men have. And even if I don't agree with a woman's choice, I would still want her to be at the table to share her experiences, because if she is not there, nobody else will do it for her or for the women who are being represented by her. So, yes, I think sisterhood, but also not treating women as a uniform mass, because we are so much more diverse than that, and I think that's great.
Thanks, Kathleen. Asita?
Look, just to show one very concrete difference between male and female leadership is seeing myself back in Strasbourg, asking my assistant Zara, who is here in this room, do you have a Tampax? And that's a question that she asked me too when I was ready to go and give a speech. And she was like, oh my God, do you have a Tampax? And then we were like, and then I had to give her one. That's just very simple things that happen in real life. And we did not have any Tampax in the bathroom at that time. I'm very grateful to President Metsola. This has changed now, that both female members of parliament and their female assistants can just go to the bathroom and get something they need without asking embarrassing questions. Maybe this looks a very easy thing, but it is important. It is important. You can always be surprised and need something very simple that is not in a place where power was made for men. That's one simple example. Also, a second one, like a friend of mine who is a minister in another European country told me, I have so much hard time fixing my appointments because the person who make my appointments always worked for men before. So she doesn't know that when I have to go to the king, I really need to find the right shoes, and I need to go to the hairdresser, and I have plenty of things that I need to do that the person I replace, who doesn't have any hair and who actually can wear a uniform every day, does not have to do, and nobody will write about his clothes. This is also one reality in female leadership. I need to go to the hairdresser. I need to wear my favorite perfume. I need actually to wear my heels, because then I feel like I'm ready and I have my armor. Everyone has their own thing. Maybe for you, you want to eat an apple before going. Maybe everyone had their own thing. But the thing is that people don't know the things that women have. Are we adapting? So this all to say that the best thing you can do when you want to be in charge and be happy and survive all the attacks you can undergo and all the over-scrutiny and all the things that you can hear around you is to just be you. To be honest, being me is what helped me the most, because that, you know what that is. You don't need to go and find some other things. And also, I would say, in my experience, I'm not here to give any advice, to just share my experience, it's been very helpful for me to speak with people who actually are okay for me to do me, and who actually are also not sabotaging my dreams. Because if you say, the first time I ever said to someone that I wanted to run for European Parliament, I'm 42 years old today, I was 33. The person was laughing so much that I thought it was becoming dangerous, as he still had a piece of meat in his mouth. So what did I do? I did not doubt that I could be a member of European Parliament. It was my dream. I talked to someone else who actually said, let's do this. This is what we must do. This is what we must do. And in that perspective, I would like to say the suffragettes, they were fighting for the vote for us. They said that women should be lawmakers, that women also are also affected by the laws that are made. And they fought for this. They were force-fed. They underwent a lot of things. We tend to forget, but we have the vote today. We even have the representation power. We don't only have the vote, we can be elected. What is our excuse? What is our excuse? We need to realize that we do not have any excuse today, because the suffragettes did the job. We must continue it and not stop on our way up. Because when we stop on our way up, we are not taking what has been given to us. That's our heritage. And I want to quote Virginia Woolf. If you read her book, A Room of Your Own, I think the title is correct, In a Room of Your Own, she is very shocked by the way in which, as an academic, she realized that women in history did not leave anything for the posterity. So what I do every day in my job, when I'm really scared, and I can guarantee I'm scared every day, is that I look up to other women. I look up to Minister Schiappa, who wrote books about being a mother and being a politician. That is also another piece of cake. And who is not actually ashamed of being a woman, because that's not wrong, is it? It's just who we are. You need to look up to others, and we need to wonder. Sometimes I'm also very close to giving up because it's a very difficult job. What I wonder, I have a teenage daughter who is almost 16 years old, is to wonder if Virginia Woolf did not exist in the past and she would exist in 50 years' time, what would she write about us? What is our contribution? What are we paying back to what we have? We have the vote and we are in this room. We have the power to leave something to our daughters. We have the power today as mothers to contribute to raise the future leaders. Welcome, Silvana. To raise the future leaders who will be less scared than we are. If we give up now, what are they going to be? Unfortunately, there are also strong women. The biggest problem is not strong men. There are also strong women in enforcing tradition that is bad for women. Who is actually perpetrating female genital mutilation? Who is? These are women. I was cut when I was 5 by a woman. There was no man in this room. Who in the press is sometimes writing articles speaking about women's outfit, saying that women should not wear lipstick or, look feminine or sexy and be a politicians. In my experience, a lot of women wrote these articles. I'm like, seriously? Women who also know what it is to be a mother and combine that with a very difficult, demanding job where you are over-scrutinized and everything you give is considered wrong. I was giving an interview once and a woman said, a guy was sitting in the interview with me, and I said, I read in this book and this is the story. And she looked at the guy and said, is that true? How come that he can know it and I cannot? Basically, the book was my own book. So just to say, alliance between women is sometimes not existing, and we need to really nurture that. Women can be, right now, allies with men who actually want to help us change the situation, and we need to have the courage to admit that sometimes some women are not our allies yet.
That was pretty powerful. Thank you, Asita. Finally, Ismat.
Thank you, Dan, and good to see you, Silvana. I'll take from the last sentence that you mentioned, that we need alliances. And here I would say that we need alliances not only among women, but along with men, because we know the importance of he for she movement. And when we applaud ourselves that we see so many women in this room, I'd be happy to see more men joining us in this room. But on a very positive note, I do see that the 2 moderators are men in the panel. So we do need alliances, solidarity, and we need the men to support the cause of women, and not that we are only speaking. And on a very personal note, my mother was member of the parliament in 1954, which was then East Pakistan, long, long time ago. Many of you may not have been born then. So it was my father who had kind of encouraged her. She was a young woman then, but it was my father and also my grandfather. So with all due regards to men, we would say that it is important to include them in our midst. And talking about women political force, that was the question, Dan, you mentioned. Yes, I'll refer to Article 7 of the UN Convention on elimination of discrimination against women, where we talk about empowering women, empowering them in the political and public life. And in some countries we have seen, I think, if I recall, Rwanda has long exceeded that, the number, the parity, gender parity, and in some cases, in some of the countries here, they have also gone ahead of the 50-50%. The thing is, in some countries, including in Bangladesh, where I come from, there's still the system of quota for women in the parliament. This is very much debated. Even some women said, why do women need quota? They should be elected in their directly contesting elections. But the reason sometimes quota is applied is to encourage women, and particularly since these elections do need a lot of funds, and women are not necessarily having that kind of fund to support their electoral campaign. And also sometimes they lack in the required information and knowledge and some kind of training and guidance. So side by side, when we talk about quota, there has also been recommendations for what is known as ZIP formula, that when there is a nomination by political parties, they have to nominate one man, one woman. It's like a zipper, So those things are important in encouraging women to join politics. And certainly women political leaders as well as parliamentarians, they are more often seen to take up issues concerning women. And these are not light issues. These are important issues. So we need the voices of women, and also to generate the male voice. I would rather emphasize on that. And one of you mentioned about the stereotypes and the image that we are concerned about, that, women have to be dressed properly and not necessarily men do. But I've seen men matching their ties and, going for hairdressing. It's fine. Everybody needs to look poised and, well done. That is not really gender. But on a lighter note, I said today that I forgot my visiting cards because I changed my bag more to match my color of my sari. So I think, and that is pardonable. I think, we women also change our bags depending on the occasion and the color. No, that was all said in light notes. Before I conclude, I will take 1 more minute to say something that I joined the Foreign Service of Bangladesh in 1984. At that time, in the Foreign Ministry, there were no separate toilets for ladies. And it was very difficult. I mean, before me, there are only 2 other ladies who joined the Foreign Ministry, and they're out of the country on foreign posting. So it took us, I'd say, a few years to get toilets for ladies. Believe you me, I was the lone voice in the ministry then. As I said, my senior colleagues, 2 ladies were out. And in any possible meetings, I would raise that issue. And once the foreign minister, he used to meet us. And he said, oh, is there any other issues than the toilet issues? He was a nice person, I should say. I said, Mr. Foreign Minister, this is a fundamental issue. And it's not just a issue. And now we have many women, almost 25% women in the Foreign Ministry of Bangladesh, and they don't even know that it never existed. And the last point, if I may be allowed, it's something that I have quoted from many a times, but I cannot resist the temptation of not quoting it here. It's not my quote. A woman is like a tea bag. You never know of her strength until she's in hot water. So the real strength of women can come when we are faced with adversary and a situation which is not that pleasant. We have to work for it. So I had used this sentence in a statement long time back at the UN, and a colleague of mine, he was from Malaysia, a male diplomat, he came up to me, and no offense to my, including Dan and other male person present in the room, and he said, Isma, did you know what is the other thing? I said, what? He said, men are like instant coffee. They dissolve in hot water. No offense made to our male friends. We are all equally together, whether it's tea and coffee, it's a matter of choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ismet. Those are good anecdotes. I'll remember that. It's hard to believe that we've reached our time limit because I feel like we've really only scratched the surface. It's been, I think, a great discussion. Each of you has a very different background and come at these questions from very different perspectives, but a lot of commonality and some differences. It's been fascinating for me. Again, I'd like to thank Silvana, thank WPL, thank all of our panelists, and maybe one final reflection on the title and this word strongmen. I think if it's one word, it has a negative connotation, but strong man, I would say that, a strong man is one who wants women as equals. So, thank you all. I'll hand the floor back to our facilitator. Thank you.
Transition, let me just leave you with some points. I was going to say something, but I'm so happy that Dan said it, because strong men are good men. And the people we're referring to today are weak men who are afraid of the strength of others. That's who they are. They're weak. And if they're listening, I'm saying it to you, you are weak. It's okay to be scared. As women, actually, I'm living in fear of so many things in this current situation and context that I'm in. But it's not okay to run. Don't run away. It's okay to be scared, but stay. Don't run away. Occupy your space. Turn to someone next to you and say, occupy your space. Oh, you don't sound convincing. Occupy your space. We're even afraid to say it. But it is our space. We need to take our space and we need to occupy our space. It's our space. Let's take it. Someone said earlier about the Women, Peace and Security Agenda 1325. There are 4 pillars. There's participation, there's protection, there's prevention, but the 4th pillar gets forgotten. It's relief and recovery, the social aspect, the economic aspect. And that's why it's important for our next speaker to come here and raise her voice about these issues. I'm so pleased to introduce to you Marlene Schiappa. She's the Secretary of State for Social and Solidarity Economy and Associative Life, France. Please give her a hand.
Bonjour à toutes. Good morning, everybody. Silvana Cook-Marin, Madam President, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honour for me to be here at the podium in the European Parliament, and thank you for this excellent introduction, Madam Silvana, for women political leaders. Today's topic is on representation. And this morning, representation in peace. Now, women's representation in politics means representing yourself, but others, other women. I'd like to start by addressing a word to our Ukrainian sisters who are so courageously fighting. Some of them have found asylum here in Europe or France, but I also want to express solidarity with our Afghan sisters resisting the Taliban, for our Yazidi sisters who have fought such an important fight against Daesh, and for our sisters who are fighting around the world and who need our support. For them and in their name, speaking as a woman isn't a political act. Often women's presence is tolerated in political life and public discourse, but we're tolerated under certain conditions. Women are tolerated, are allowed to be visible in politics on the condition that they're invisible, on the condition that they're not too vocal, on the condition that they're not too anti-conformist. So there are conditions. And so if your existence is tolerated under certain conditions, then that means that your existence is not tolerated at all. That's why speaking for other women is also a political act. Speaking about women is also a political act. I don't know if you've seen, but for example, when two men reach an agreement, they say when they have a disagreement, they are said to have had a discussion. When two women have a disagreement, they're hysterical. When a man speaks with strength and conviction, he's called a leader. When a woman speaks with strength and conviction, she talks too much. When a male politician says that he goes to pick up his kids from school once a week, then he's a hero. When a female politician says that she's going to pick up her schools when she picks up her kids from school once a week, she's a bad mother. And so that's why representation of women and women's words is a political act. And that's why I've chosen to use my words today to demonstrate solidarity with another woman who can't be here today. Between President Macron, I want to speak on behalf of Watatakalu, the Amazonian leader, and it's in her name that I want to speak to you today. She says, Watatakalu, on behalf of all indigenous women of the Amazon and Brazil, I ask for support from the European Union and all countries in the world. Today in Brazil, our autochthonous people and our forests are subject to all different types of violence. Women experience violence, they are raped, often killed. Our children are being polluted by mercury and pesticides. Our Mother Earth is being violated. And so we indigenous women ask for help from all countries. In the name of progress, we're seeing an increase in deforestation. With each tree that falls, so do our hearts. And so on behalf of all autochthonous women, I'm here to ask for protection for neighbour, to save our indigenous peoples from genocide. We are dependent on water to drink, air to breathe, and without the Amazon forest and the people who live there, we won't have any of that. So on behalf of all women, I ask all countries to contribute as they can to our struggle, our fight to protect life. We thank all of you for listening, and we'd like to profit from this opportunity to express our deepest respect for you. That's her message, and that's the message that I have the honour to come here and share with you. Here, I would say to this prestigious European tribune, we are here in support of indigenous women in the Amazon and Brazil. As I said before, talking, making noise, being heard, being vocal, being visible, these are all feminist acts. All too often and in too many places, women are silenced. In too many places and on too many occasions, women are asked to hide their bodies, hide their thoughts, hide their freedom. Representation is important. Sisterhood is important. It can help to contribute to peace between peoples, between sexes, between generations. And it's our ultimate goal. Thank you for having listened to me, sisters.
So I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about a girl that I met in a protection of civilian site. That girl, she had on a pair of pants, a t-shirt, and a cap. And if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't know that she was a girl. From far off, it seemed like it was a boy. I would later realize that she dressed that way intentionally because she didn't want attention. And I went there as humanitarian coordinator to speak with them about women, peace, and security, how they were doing, what the challenges were that they faced. And she said to me, directly to me, that I make a choice. Every day I choose to go to school is a day I choose to take a choice whether I'll be raped or not. Because the pathway I have to take between the site and the school, there are so many risks of me being raped. That's the reality of what we're talking about when we say women, peace, and security. They're not just words. It's not just about this beautiful building we're in. I know the heart of Silvana. I know the heart of Dr. Ezekwesili. I know the heart of the WPL leaders. This is actually about representation that matters. Not for me and you, but for girls like the one I met in Malakal. This fireside chat we're about to have is talking about how we deal with these issues of women, peace, and security in such a volatile world. It's so disheartening to see that all across the world, women and girls continue to bear the brunt of all of the conflicts, including climate-related shocks. And this fireside chat will now be introducing our moderator, Shireen Wheeler, Principal Advisor of the International Communications European Investment Bank, Samuelu Tio, Speaker of the Parliament of Tuvalu, and Katarina Barley, Vice President and member of the European Parliament. And as they come up, I want to say something. I saw something on Twitter when WPL tweeted about this fireside chat today. Someone responded and asked, why is Samuelu Tio being invited? Is he a woman? And someone else said, he's he for she. No. I want to say that he's he for himself. Why do I say that? Because every man who understands and supports women in the gender agenda, they care about themselves, because the world will not be a better place without women taking their spaces. Let's welcome the fireside chat.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for hanging on in there. Nice to see everybody. Nice to see Silvana. Good to be back here. We've caught up on time, so that caught us slightly by surprise, but that's good. We're on our toes. We're really delighted to have a couple of perspectives now on some of the things we've been talking about this morning, throwing forward to some of the themes I think you'll be talking about tomorrow as well. I'm really happy to introduce two people who I think will give us these different perspectives on the idea of representation, you know, how you actually translate also participation and speaking into genuine, meaningful participation when it comes to issues like peace and security, climate change, when it comes to the participation of those who are most affected by the things that are going on in our world at the moment, the vulnerabilities caused perhaps by armed conflict, perhaps by climate change, as in the case of the country where one of our speakers, Samuelu Teo, who is the Speaker of the country of Tuvalu, comes from. A country I know, Samuelu, is really buffeted by the impact of climate change, by extreme weather events, and where you have, I think, very forcefully, I know for many years when I was a journalist with the BBC, speaking to people from your government about the plight of Tuvalu, and yet we're going to discuss in a minute whether your voice keeping with this theme of representation and participation, has managed to give you a place in decision-making on a global level. Katerina, you're the Vice President of the European Parliament, and we're going to talk a little bit as well about how that relates to women affected, particularly in the space of peace and security and conflict. And maybe I can actually start with you, Katerina, and ask you a little bit about how we actually make this happen. You know, we've been talking a lot about the need for this, the fairness of the issue, but how can we concretely take steps to bolster the participation, the presence of women, particularly in the security and peace processes?
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, for organising this great conference, to Silvana and all the team, and of course for you to have me on this panel on this extremely important topic. When it comes to peace and security, we see that on the one hand, women are still sidelined, and on the other hand, that people really can make a difference. We see it where they get involved. And we know that it's not enough to just take sort of an approach in the moment. We really need a holistic approach. We need a strategy. And we do have taken steps in say, legislation. We have the UN Security Council Resolution 13/2025 on women, peace and security. We also have an European Union Gender Action Plan 3, which touches on a lot of these points. So, of course, the first thing we need, if we want to change anything, is participation of women themselves. I remember very well at the Munich Security Conference, there was a woman from Afghanistan saying, we pushed so much to be able to participate in the negotiations because we knew if we're not sitting at the table, we're going to be on the table. And that is exactly what happens. I mean, the women out in Afghanistan are those who suffer the most because they have not been part of the process. And it's something that really also we in the European Union, the US, whoever, failed to do, to insist and say, no, the women have to be at the table, they have to be part of this process. So participation is absolutely everything. And it concerns also both sides. Of course, the women on the ground where the conflicts are happening, but also looking at us, because I had the honor to be shadow rapporteur on two files on this. If you have a look at the female participation in our external services, for example, people who are responsible for the reactions or actions of the European Union, women are completely underrepresented there too. So we need them on all sides, the women, to have the female perspective in them. Of course, those who participate, we need to support them with capacity building, with networking, to provide them with everything they need to really fulfill the tasks that they then take over, and to also in promotion. When we see women, it's often sort of at the lower level, but the decision-making posts are still very male-dominated. And then, of course, where the conflicts are, we have to involve the local communities, and there, especially the female communities, the women's associations, etc. Because, I mean, I don't have to tell you, we all know that where women are involved, you immediately have more effects that are sustainable. I think women dealt with these topics of sustainability before the word even was created. And we see where we allocate means to women that they are being used sustainably, be it in a social context, be it in context of climate change, that the money has to go there. Of course, one of the core points has to be eradicating gender-based violence and access to health, especially, of course, to sexual and reproductive health and rights, and because it leads to more independence and strength of women. And I'll make a final point. I know it might have been already too long, I'm sorry. It's, of course, the money. In the EU Gender Action Plan 3, we have a measure that 85% of the money going into bilateral development have to be designated to projects that involve gender balanced women's rights, whatever. 85%. I think that is already something.
Yeah, and maybe I'm allowed a little shout out for the institution that I work for, which is the European Investment Bank. I'm happy to say I'm not a banker. I'm a communication person, but the gender strategy within that EU public bank now insists that every project has to be screened for its gender contribution and its protection of the rights of women and girls, so not just a kind of financial aid. Samelo, let me come to you. I mean, I've mentioned already that you come from a country which has very much been impacted by climate change. As the Speaker of the Parliament in Tuvalu, you're well placed to give us a perspective on what representation, which is obviously one of the key topic of this summit, what representation means for a small island state like yourselves, where you're not just battling climate change, but you also seem to find yourselves in the middle of a kind of global diplomatic, tug of war, if I can put it that way, between the superpowers currently, messing our world up, if I can put it that way. So give us a sense of how Tuvalu can ensure that its voice is heard on the global stage.
Thank you very much. And firstly, I would like to thank the WPL for inviting me to this seminar or meeting. And Tuvalu, which I hope you all know, is a very small country right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, north of Fiji, 600 miles north of Fiji. We have a population of just about 12,000. And our land area is very small. It's only about 26 square kilometers of land area in an ocean of about 2 million square miles of ocean. And we are just dots. If you look it up on the map of the world, we are just tiny dots. And the main thing, that is facing Tuvalu, which is a real threat, is the future of its existence within the next 50 or so years. And this is due to climate change and the sea level rise. And the sea level rise is something that scientists and people are always studying into it, but for me as a local man of Tuvalu, I do not need any scientific gauges or anything to tell me whether we are sinking or rising or whatever. I just look out the window of my bedroom and I can see that the sea is encroaching my house. I live, just a couple of feet away from the sea, maybe 20 feet away, and I know where the shoreline is, and is coming up slowly by every year, every now and then. And even now, in the last couple of years, with all these the changing in climate, we've had so many cyclones and nearly every year. Before, when I was a young kid, we used to have 1 or 2 cyclones in 10 or 20 years. But now we are having a couple, 2, 3 cyclones every year. So the weather pattern is really changing. And this is really causing a lot of damages to the island, during the cyclone season. And I am pretty sure that Tuvalu one day will no longer exist with the impending sea level rise, unless something is done. And my government right now is trying its best to maintain Tuvalu, and we are wanting to raise the elevation of Tuvalu by a couple of meters above, so that it can be saved for another, who knows, another 100 or 200 years. But at the going rate right now, I can see and I can forecast that Tuvalu will disappear one day. Maybe in 50 years' time, it will be, there will be just be landmarks as a barrier, as part of the barrier reef of Australia. But that's what's happening. And as far as the representation of in the international community about the voice of Tuvalu, whether it's being heard, I'm sure that a lot of the countries of the world have heard the name of Tuvalu associated on the front line of climate change. But I think it is not enough, because I have met so many people in international forums that they will ask me, where is Tuvalu? Well, they don't even know where Tuvalu is. They've never heard of it. And so I really know that even though we talk about Tuvalu on regional, international forums, not many people are really getting the message. And the message is that, that Tuvalu is on the front line of climate change, and it's about to, it will slowly disappear within given due course of time. And I think that a lot has to be more to be done on this exposure of what is the real issue behind this climate change to Tuvalu, Where Tuvalu is so small, compared to countries like Fiji, Samoa. We are just like small villages, to be exact, the size of a small village in Fiji. And that is the country.
And if I may say, Samalu, I guess it's about translating the message of those affected, coming back to something also Katerina was talking about, into concrete participation in the decision-making. Do you have a sense, and then maybe I can come back to Katerina for a couple of final thoughts as we see the clock ticking. Do you have the feeling that you are adequately involved in the decision-making process?
Yeah, I think we are actually, really involved in the decision-making process. But the thing that I'm trying to drive at is that at the helm of the decision-making level, you have all the roots behind that who don't know what's going on behind what the decision makers are making.
Yeah, and I want to ask you a slightly cheeky question, if I could. You've been a great advocate of, women political leaders, but I don't think necessarily, and you would probably agree with me, that in your own country the journey is quite there yet in terms of involving women in decision-making adequately. Women can't own property in Tuvalu yet, for example. To what extent would you believe that your ability to make your case on the international stage would be improved if you would bring more women into the political process?
I really would like to bring in more women into the public arena, but the main thing that's blocking the woman from coming into the politics of Tuvalu is the custom. In a hall like this in Tuvalu, women will not be allowed to talk, and they have no voice in meetings in halls. That is the main issue here. They are being blocked by custom. The custom is women are not allowed to talk when men are. Even in the house, the women are not allowed to eat first. The man of the house must eat first, plus the kids, and the woman will eat after. Then she can clean up the dishes.
Samilu, I'm going to give you a challenge. Next time you come to our summit, will you bring one of your women colleagues and invite her to speak?
That is why whenever I come to a meeting like this, I always bring my woman parliamentarian, Dr. Burkina Boram, who's sitting down there. And she's the only woman in the parliament.
Next time we'll invite her to speak. Thank you so much. I just want to finish, Katerina, with a final thought from you. What does the future look like to you, where decision-making at these higher levels, whether we're talking about peace and security, but also climate change? And of course, the two are intrinsically linked. We know very well that climate change is driving migration, it's driving conflict. We see in regions of the world like the Sahel very clearly what's going on. What does a future look like for you where there is a genuine gender parity there?
Well, if you ask me what I wish it would look like, of course it would be inclusive to the biggest possible extent. I mean, when I went to politics, I didn't go to politics to just promote my own interests. Like I'm happily married to a man, but I was always very much advocating for gays' rights, etc. I'm not a Jew, but I'm very active promoting, religious freedom. But that's not. It's not enough. It's not the same. You have to involve the people who are really concerned. Even if you're the best willing politician, you cannot replace the people who actually make the experience. So if it's about women, if it's about people who are affected most by climate change, like the people of Tuvalu, if it's about, as I said, religious minorities or different religions as a whole, different color, whatever, we have to focus on inclusive governance. We really have to bring all these people in. We have to. I relate a bit to what I already did. We have to build on capacities, on networks. Such a conference like this is so important. And thank you again for WPA for doing it. And we have to put means there. We need also to put the money where the mouth is, because I think there are still far too many who follow the old paths. It's here in this house, we often say the old white men who like to form a closed circle, and we have to break them up. That's just the most important thing that we have to do: participation, participation, participation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to both of you, Katerina Bali and Samelu Teo, for joining us and sharing your perspectives. It was really interesting. It was short, but I certainly was very happy. Thanks for inviting me as well, Silvana, to have this chat. And I wish you all a very great rest of your day. And over to our lovely moderator. I do like your phrase, occupy the space. I mean, that's actually something that I think is a good slogan for us to remember for, well, not just the rest of the day, the rest of the year and beyond, all our lives. Yes. Anyway, bye-bye. Thank you.
He's a very strong man. He's helping a woman to occupy this space. Let's give him a hand clap. So, WPL Summit 2023, representation matters. And before we head out, I want to leave something with you, very important. I had the privilege of convening with Vice President Mama Rebecca John Garang's wife the first ever International Women's Transformational Leadership Conference in Juba. It brought women from around the country into that space, 500 women from 15 countries. And women, peace, and security was a theme, but something happened in that space. Women who had no access to their representation, women who had no access to the female ministers and female legislators. The discussion was about 50% representation as opposed to 30 or 35%. And some women from the states who had never had this access to speak with these women before asked the question, why should we be discussing 50%? When you all who occupy the percentage that you do, we don't know what you do for us. That was a powerful conversation, and it was a powerful moment for me, listening to them. And the grace with which these women in position spoke, they responded saying, That's why we're having this conference, so that we understand and we hear from you. As you leave for lunch, I want you to reflect on what representation means, because it does matter. Your positions matter. But how does your position reflect the needs of those you're there to serve? Please enjoy your lunch. Please be back in an hour and 20 minutes so we have our seats before we start our next session. Thank you all very much.
Ça va être là-bas, c'est ça? Vous avez le chariot dessus. On va le chariot. Même ça ici. On met le. Ça va. Tu mets la table là-bas. Parce que lui, il fait le chat. C'est bon.
Okay, we're going to have a little mix of the formation. We'll go with the flow. So firstly, the microphone's there, so I'll have to do here. Are we good? Okay. Everybody had a good lunch? Yes? Awesome. Now, just to remind everyone, the first thing is we have translation. The English translation is channel 2, French translation channel 3. We have the Spanish translation channel 8, and we have the Arabic translation channel 25. And so today's panel that we're doing this, the one we're doing now after lunch, is one that's extremely important. All the panels are important, but this is extremely important. And so to introduce this, I will share a story. On May 3rd, there was an article that came out about me. And the article said she has cancer, she's dying, she's terminally ill, and because of that, she's not fit for leadership. And I received this by text message from someone saying, this is what's in the newspaper about you. Well, the truth was, I did have cancer, as Savannah knows. I overcame it. And I'm cancer-free, and I am fit for leadership. Is there a better leader than me? But disinformation, misinformation, and how women are at the end of that stick of wickedness that tries to tear women down and cause them to run. It's unjust, it's unfair, and we will not run. Occupy your space. Occupy your space. Let no one run you out of your space with lies. So we're going to start this afternoon kicking off with our panel on the truth, talking about the truth. Our moderator is Julianne von Reppert-Bismarck. She's the founder and CEO Lie Detectors. I love that, Lie Detectors. We have Kira Rudik, member of the parliament, leader of Golo's party, Ukraine, vice president of the ALDE party. We have Gisela Marziota, member of the Chamber of Deputies, Argentina. Marina Calderon, member of the European Parliament. We have Francis Fitzgerald, member of the European Parliament also, WPL country ambassador. I want to hand you over to this panel, but I want to say to you as I leave you with this panel, your truth matters as representation matters. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for those very inspiring words. It's not the first time that we hear this very story of health being one of the main elements of disinformation that can be used for political gain. We've introduced our wonderful speakers. I'm so pleased that you're all here today, and I'm so pleased that you wonderful speakers are here, and you've all volunteered and specifically requested to be on this panel that talks about the truth, the untruth, and how to tell the difference, and why it's important to do something about the scourge of disinformation and what we often call information disorder. Like all of you sitting here, my work at Lie Detectors focuses very much on disinformation, but also on understanding how good information is created. We're a non-profit that works with more than 400 journalists across Europe, working with children and working with teachers to really embed this critical digital literacy in all curricula and all teacher training colleges as a core literacy that every child has a right to, alongside reading and writing and counting. I'm going to turn to our speakers, and I'm going to ask an opening question. Some of you have come, some of you are based here in Brussels. I know that Francis and Marina are based here in Brussels. Some of you have actually traveled very far. Gisela has traveled from Argentina, and Kira has actually traveled from Kiev, which has taken quite a long time. So we're really honoured to have all of you here. Thank you so much for making the effort. I would like to start with an opening question, which is quite simple. First of all, perhaps personally you can say why it is that you wanted to speak about this, but also maybe give us a little bit of an idea of how you think that democracies should be working to counter disinformation. What steps do democratic countries have to take to be more successful in shaping the narratives and securing the narratives? Thank you, and perhaps we can start with Marina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the mic's... Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure. This is my house, yeah? I work here on a daily basis. And it's so great to see such a diversity in this room. Trust me, ladies, it's great to see all the different countries being represented, and not only the EU. Why did I ask to be on this panel? Yes, I'm based in Brussels, but I'm elected from Estonia. And needless to say that my country has been under information operations since '91, since we regained independence and restored independent statehood. I also have some personal stories I'd like to share with you. It was April 2007, Moscow. I was Estonian ambassador to Russia, and the center of Moscow was covered with my posters. It was my photo with Hitler moustache, and it said, "Search warrant for an ambassador of a Nazi country." It was the time when my country was depicted as a Nazi country. It was the time when information wars, information operations were very, very tough against my country. A couple of years later, I was Estonian foreign minister, and I was having lunch with my colleague in one of the capitals in the EU. He looked at me, he was a gentleman coming from one of the EU countries. He looked at me and said, "Marina, I understand that Russia has undertaken information operations against you, against your country. I understand that. But why are they doing it now against the West? Western European has always been very supportive. Western European has always tried to find partnerships and was looking for partnerships when you were telling us it's not doable." And the third example. It was 2012. I was Estonian ambassador in Washington, D.C. And there was a meeting between foreign ministers, State Secretary Kerry and Foreign Minister Lavrov. In 10 minutes, the Russian press release was out, describing the phone call between foreign ministers. and we had to wait for 2 days to get the US readout. Why? Because it's a democracy, because it had to go through all the channels before it was made public. And I felt desperate. Come on, guys. Foreign ministers on phone, they do not discuss things that come to their mind. Foreign ministers on phone discuss agenda that has been already agreed. So do the draft. Try to go through clarifications and clearances more quickly, because everybody knows that the first one who puts out information has already gained more attention. So today I'm dealing mainly with digital topics. And I'd like to quote one of my Jewish friends. I'm not saying myself, I'm quoting one of my Jewish friends, that disinformation has been around since the Bible. So the disinformation is nothing new. Just the methods we are seeing today, digital, social media, they are new. Which means that we have a fresh look at that. It's not only us raising awareness, raising literacy, but it's also regulating how social media and the big platforms are handling information, how they are evaluating the information, how they are exposing wrong information. And my final point, I would say that we know about it, and many good things have been done in different regions. I come from the EU, of course I know much more better the practice of the EU. And one of the things that I'm really proud of, which was also established when I was Estonian foreign minister by 5 countries, United Kingdom, Denmark, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, was East Stratcom Task Force to handle disinformation, to detect, to analyze, to expose. We've been doing that, and COVID showed how important it is to share, to expose disinformation, to tackle and to go back to the roots. So, looking forward to today's discussion and looking forward to the panelists, and once again, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Marina. And when we deal with the OECD, Estonia is often cited as one of the prime countries actually doing something about creating digital citizenship for all. So it'll be really interesting to hear. Later on, we'll talk a little bit more about regulating the platforms as well. But I'd like to pass on to Kira and ask you the same thing. Why did you take this long trip? And what is it that your country as well should be doing to further the successful narratives that counter disinformation?
Hello, and thank you so much. It's a pleasure and privilege to be speaking to all of you today. Yesterday, early in the morning, there was a tragedy that happened at Herat. Russians blew up a Novokakhovska dam and hydro plant. It was something that hurt all of us to the deepest, though we thought that after 15 months of full-scale invasion and 9 years of war, there is not too much that would hurt you so deeply. What happened is right now, 80 settlements are in danger of the flood. People are losing their homes, their lives. Ecological situation in Ukraine is in terrifying state, and it will affect everyone. Because, you know, ecology and radiation, they do not care which passport you are holding. We are all in this together. People are fighting for their lives right now while we are speaking. And thousands of volunteers in Ukraine are going to the south to help our people to survive. We are fighting for every life. And what happened is truly a tragedy and truly a terror. And you know, right now, when every single minute of our work is dedicated to helping out, organizing people, making sure that we will go through that as a nation, the most painful thing that could happen when you are opening the news and what you see there is Russia and Ukraine are blaming each other for that blowing up the dam. oh, we do not have a confirmation, we should look at it much more because nobody knows who is right. And it's a fantastic example of why I'm here, to make sure that you hear the truth, to make sure that we all know what the truth is. I'm thinking of what we have done wrong as democratic societies if after 15 months of a full-scale invasion, after Russia has committed all the war crimes on the war crimes list, there is still a question of right and wrong. There is still a question, oh, who is telling the truth? You know, after Bucha and Irpin were liberated about a year ago, myself and my colleagues from Ukrainian parliament, one of them is present here today, Irina, we went with a parliamentary delegation to Bucha on first day. And we were advised not to go because they said, we don't know what you will see there. One of the main reasons why we had to go was we knew that at some point Russia will say that nothing of that happened, that they will say it was all a setup, propaganda, as they call it. And at that moment we will have to rise up and say, we have witnessed that. We have seen that with our own eyes. This is the truth. I want to share a personal story with you. I was born after the Soviet Union collapsed, and my whole life was connected to the struggles and challenges that my country was going through. First, the Soviet Union collapsed when I went to school, then the poverty of 90s, then there were revolutions, then the war started, and then I became a politician. And I had a very simple, very plain goal. I wanted for us as a nation to be able to grow this generation of kids that will be free of what the country is going through, that will be free in their choices. Very simple, right? And I'm sure that if you ask yourself, it's very much why you became a politician. So now we are robbed of that, because we have kids that have seen dead bodies. We have kids that know how to act during air raid siren, kids that know how to study at a bomb shelter, and that subway is a subway as a point 2 and as point 1, it is a good bomb shelter. We cannot do one thing to these kids. There is actually one thing that we owe them, that they would not have to fight this war again. And this is why I'm here today to talk to you about not only how we stop the disinformation that is coming from Russia, but how we define the truth for ourselves, because only the truth is helping us to act united. And only the truth, as one of our values, is helping us to win the war. Thank you so much, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Kira. I think the personal stories from the ground are so powerful in rebutting the disinformation that we've been seeing. They have to be coupled also with the technology that's available to us to verify everything that we see online every day. We will talk more about fact-checking later on during this panel, and I'd really love to hear your thoughts on how that's going in Ukraine, Kira. But first, I'll turn to Francis and ask you the very same question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the European Parliament. I'm the member for Dublin City and County. I'd like to welcome Senator Aisling Dolan and Deputy Rita Cronin here, and everybody from all over the world. And well done to our Chair and President for pulling together this event here in Brussels. I mean, Ciara, that is such a powerful story. Really, it says it all in terms of disinformation. And the disinformation that we're seeing during the Ukraine war is one of the reasons why I'm here today. And also because of the disinformation that we saw during COVID, and I would also say during the Brexit campaign. I think we haven't even named all of the places where there is disinformation at present and where we need to have a new alertness, I would say. It's interesting to hear some of the work that's been done in Estonia, for example, so far, and some of the countries surrounding it. But I tell you, what I actually believe is that we've had a wake-up call here in Europe in the last few years. And I'm here because I was a member of the committee that examined disinformation. We had a special committee set up recently to look at foreign interference in democratic states and disinformation. And we published the report just last year. So do take a look at it. And the reason I'm here as well is because I feel we have so much work to do in this area at European and I assume at broader levels as well. We are really at a starting point when it comes to cooperation across the member states in Europe in relation to disinformation. Our awareness has been raised hugely because of the points that I've mentioned there, the different issues where we know there's been disinformation on vaccines, on Ukraine, and so on Brexit. But actually, when you look at it at a more structured level and you ask the question, what are the member states of Europe doing? What you find is that there is a big gap. And we are all now having hybrid attacks of various sorts on our institutions. And we're saying, where is this coming from? And what's very clear, it's coming from a very sophisticated places that are ahead of Europe and other parts of the world in terms of the instruments they're using, the disinformation they're spreading. And what we have to do is pull the expertise together across Europe at a government level, at a policy level, here in the EU institutions. And what the committee said, and I won't go through all of the recommendations with you, but basically what it said, that we needed a multi-layered, coordinated and cross-sector strategy, as well as financial resources, aimed at equipping the EU and its member states with foresight and resilience policies and the deterrent tools, enabling us to tackle all the hybrid threats that are out there and attacks orchestrated by foreign state and non-state actors. We also said a lot about the platforms, what they should do, and so on. But, you know, I'm here as well because I think this is an enormous threat to democracy with the development of AI and other tools that we're seeing. They have to be used in the right way. And we are, I believe, at a really critical point of protecting democracy. And I believe the war, the disinformation war, is critical that we deal with it. We speak frequently in this Parliament about strategic autonomy in the area of defence. But of course, defence is more than tanks and guns. Defence is digital, and it is the security of our democratic states. So I think for all of those reasons, well done to the WPL for putting this topic on the agenda. We've much to learn from one another about this topic and much to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. I'm going to hand straight on to Gisela, who in fact has a background in journalism and will be able to tell us also what it looks like in Argentina and what prompted you to come here, what's happening in Argentina, what can you be doing more?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. I very much appreciate being part of this panel dealing with this particular topic and telling you about the experience that we have in the Republic of Argentina when dealing with disinformation. I wanted to be part of this panel. I have been a journalist for 30 years, as well as a member of Parliament for the last 4 years. I'm also part of a committee on the freedom of expression. And I manage 4 different national radio stations. All of this means that I am very much involved in matters related to information. Today in Argentina, the 7th of June, is the Day of the Journalists. In 1810, the first national newspaper was founded in Argentina. It gave information about the actions of the government, the revolution, that the government wanted to be independent, wanted to be sovereign, wanted to break those ties. So in 1810, we had this very first newspaper. Now, I'm telling you this because this is related to the need for governments, for democracies, to have quality information, and also the need for the truth when it comes to information. There are lots of types of disinformation campaigns. We have one against the legal institutions in Argentina, for example. So from this beginning of disinformation, there are then legal complications that arise. We have the president who had been the president before, who was elected by through a democratic mandate, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, but faced many legal challenges and legal problems over the years. Now, I don't want to go into all of these very detailed legal matters, but you can Google that and see that. But you can see all of this that was pushed through the media in Argentina and through all of these new communication tools on social media. So first of all, you have this disinformation from the side of the media through these social networks. There's also economic power, which makes the third side of the triangle. So then you can lead these legal campaigns against popular leaders. So this in Argentina, but also in the wider region. It happened in Brazil, in other countries. So countries who were changing the situation and working towards the well-being of their people. I think being president of the Republic, that's really the peak of the situation. When it comes to disinformation, those are the ones who feel it most strongly. And disinformation is providing malicious information with negative intent behind it. You want to misinform people. And the question is, who is behind that? There's always a cause, a reason behind this. I think it's clear when you have this system of disinformation that can lead to these legal pursuits, and that was the case for the Vice President Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. I say this because we're in a parliamentary setting in a forum of women, and this was a woman who was involved in this particular case. So she has been prosecuted legally. I think it's very important to consider the role of disinformation here. It erodes our very democracies, and I think that's more important than just the individuals involved. It's something that very much affected us as Argentinians, our society. What is being undermined in this way through disinformation, false narratives are being created, and then in the end you don't really know what the truth is anymore, and this affects our democracy. So I say this we have our 40th anniversary of the recovery of our democracy after we had one of the bloodiest dictatorships in living memory. A lot of compatriots who disappeared, and there was a systematic action, a plan that was applied to the whole region, and Argentina did not escape from this. This systematic plan that ended in 1983 with the recovery of our democracy, but we are seeing a new plan being implemented now, which is based on disinformation. And that's why I wanted to be part of this panel, not just to explain to you the situation in Argentina or what we're experiencing in Argentina. We have a democracy that we have got back, but is still not fully recovered. Democracy is not simply just going to vote every couple of years. We still have political prisoners due to disinformation. That is the case of Milagros Sala, an activist colleague. We have been fighting for Milagros Sala's pardon and her freedom. So there are colleagues, there are political prisoners that still exist, and they are imprisoned due to false reasons perpetrated through misinformation. So what is at stake here is our democracy, and that's why I wanted to be here today. We need to see what we can do to tackle these new tools, this social media, this new reality we have. We have to try and recover the real value here, which is the value of truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now that we've talked a little bit about the shared reality, in many regions of the world of what disinformation can do to children, to adults, to our democracy, I would really like for us to consider a few solutions. And we only have another 7 minutes on this panel. And I would like to pose each of you a question. And when we think about disinformation and tackling disinformation, we often think about it in terms of we have to tackle it from many different angles. We have to tackle it from the point of view of demand, the uptake of this information. If it weren't viral, it wouldn't be there. If it weren't engaging many viewers, it wouldn't be there. What do we do about this uptake of disinformation? But also, how do we stem the supply of it? How do we stem the drivers of it? And I'm going to ask each of you one question, and I'm going to ask you to keep it fairly short so that we can finish on time at 45. And I'll start with Marina, because you mentioned the regulating of the online platforms. Perhaps you can say something about that. Kira, I'd love for you to perhaps address something on fact-checking, what can actually be done to expose disinformation and conspiracy theory. Francis, if you can go into a little more depth about the kind of cooperation and funding mechanisms that you think would be helpful. And Gisela, if you can perhaps address the media literacy. How do we turn everybody into a careful and informed consumer of information? So starting with Marina, please, if you can say something on regulation.
Yes. You know that we Europeans will love to regulate. Sometimes we love to over-regulate. So for us, it's sometimes difficult to find the balance between real needed regulations and over-regulations. When we talk about regulating platforms, then recently we have adopted several laws, being it the Digital Services Act, Digital Market Act. At the moment we're working on AI Act, where we try to introduce the regulations. And for example, one of the examples that for me seems to be very logical and clear, that platforms mark all the places where AI is being used to create the content. Because a couple of years ago, deepfake was something wow. Today, deepfake is part of our normal life. Some months ago, we did not expect what AI can do, writing music, writing speeches, doing pictures, doing everything. So one of the first steps would be if we know what is done by people, what is done by AI. So I would mention that as a first step. And of course, needless to say, everything that's illegal offline is illegal online. Full stop. No questions about that. More difficult to regulate the harmful content. And here we also have to work on the codes of conducts for enterprises, for industry, for media platforms. I can talk hours about.
Thank you. I'm being a very hard taskmaster. Kira.
It's okay to be passionate about stuff.
I know.
So regarding the disinformation and fact-checking and some lessons and issues that we have seen over the last 9 years. The first thing, I think one of the strongest thing and the most successful, if you can say it, was the openness of Ukraine to international journalists and international media. I want to thank to all the journalists who are right now at the front, who are right now at the flood, who are helping us to show the world what is going on, to help to show the world the truth. And it is also showing our position that we have nothing to hide. We are fighting for the right thing, and you are just coming in and showing it. There is a struggle that we are all fighting. On one hand, you are at war. On another hand, you are democratic countries that has one of the values as a freedom of speech. And how do you juggle with that? On one hand, you have pro-Russian channels that are throwing propaganda even at Ukrainian people, and on the other hand, you want to go with the democratic values because we are the part of the democratic world. So I think it is one of the key challenges of nowadays to figure out this boundary, the red line that you would not allow to be crossed, even if it touches the values. When we closed the pro-Russian channels, it made a huge difference, and it was extremely important, and it was indeed helpful. And right now, in all the countries who are struggling with these decisions, you need to call an enemy, and then you need to act on that. Because your enemy does not care about the rules or about the freedoms.
Thank you. Well, I think what we have to do is, it's a whole of society issue. I mean, it isn't legislators alone. It isn't social platforms alone. It is a whole democratic issue for the whole of society. So the funding has to come from a variety of places, I would say. There has to be sanctions. The committee was very strong on sanctions, where we have hostile foreign powers named and where we understand where the disinformation is coming from. We have to have sanctions, because otherwise their destabilisation campaigns will have no consequence. So we have to look at trade measures potentially as well to protect ourselves. I mean, this type of undermining cannot go without being sanctioned. So I think we have to move into that frame of mind in relation to it. We also said that the Commission should put forward an overarching media and information literacy strategy with a special focus on combating information manipulation. So I think there's a very strong role for the Commission here, and indeed for the Parliament to continue to examine the issue. And then you look at the businesses. We have to have binding EU rules to require platforms to cooperate with authorities to take down disinformation. Obviously, the balance is here between privacy, as Kira has said. These are quite big issues. But nevertheless, the damage that's been done, for example, by algorithms which are boosting content that's originating from inauthentic accounts. Just imagine the damage that's been done there. So again, it's about this multifaceted approach, taking the issue very, very seriously at a government and society level. And I think, Julianne, what your own organisation is doing on literacy and quality journalism is a very important part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Gisela, please.
Bueno, creo que estamos...
I think we all face these challenges in our democracies. We have to create our own resources against this fight we have with disinformation, our own tools. And we're all experiencing this situation. We all have this challenge to face. And I believe very important is literacy. That's hugely important. And in addition to this, I think there are values as well, re-education and rediscovering those values that we have lost through disinformation. And I think the value of truth is central to that. Finding our moral values, our ethical values that mean we have to care for and protect our democracies, safeguard it for future generations. They're the ones that will inherit the society that we are building now. The society of the future, the democracy of the future, probably won't be the one that we experience now. We are part of this transformation. We are in a phase of transition towards a new society, and these new societies will then take on that responsibility, and it's for us to educate them. And we hope that future generations can be up to this challenge. So I think it's very important that we focus on education and we recover all of these values that we lose through disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the four of you. I think we could debate each one of these issues for a really, really long time. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So I would like for you all to join me in thanking the speakers, Gisela, Francis, and Marina, and Kira. Thank you so much.
This works. We improvise. So, as I was saying earlier, if there's nothing we learned from this last session, we already know, we experienced it, right? But we're refreshed about the reality of what lies do to us. And I say to us because most often it's women who are targeted with those lies. And the singular attempt that is being made is so that you will be scared, you will shy away, and that you will run away. And as we agree today, you won't run. You'll stay and you'll occupy your space. And I was looking at the definition of occupy. It is not just to sit. We say we need space at the table and women should take their seat. Don't just take your seat. Occupy that seat, meaning fill it. Fill it with your knowledge. Fill it with your skills. Fill it with your passion. Fill it with your compassion. Fill it with your love. fill your seats, because that's the only way we'll have a change in this world, if you occupy your space. We're going to have our next speaker, the Prime Minister of Moldova, who is Prime Minister 2021-2023, who will be giving us a message to encourage us in this leadership journey that all of us have embarked on in different ways and in different spaces, in different domains, to ensure that we make the world a better place. Prime Minister.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear sisters, it is a joy for me to be present here among so many distinguished women and men from all over the world who are here to not only talk about representation of women in politics and in decision-making, but also to bravely take on some of the most challenging and pressing issues of the day, whether it is war and security, propaganda and disinformation, violence and oppression, and even the rules that should govern our world order. Let me start by remembering the 24th of February 2022. Like many people around the world, we could not believe that Russia invaded Ukraine. We, of course, knew about all the intelligence, we watched the developments, we worked on contingency plans, but thought that such a brutal, unjust, full-fledged war, such a blatant violation of international law, could just not happen. It could not happen in our neighborhood. We watched with trepidation the brave resilience of the Ukrainian fighters and the movement of the front line in Ukraine. The images from my visits to the border crossings with Ukraine will stay with me forever. The sorrow in the eyes of women and children who were fleeing the bombings and the shellings, who had to gather their belongings in just a few hours and leave their homes, the anxiety and worry that they had for their husbands and fathers who had to stay behind, the uncertainty they felt about their condition and the future of their country. But I will also remember the extraordinary mobilization and solidarity demonstrated by the Moldovan people, showing that Moldova is indeed a small country with a big heart. Volunteers, private sector organizations, non-governmental organizations, public servants on the local and on the national level all poured their energy into helping Ukraine and mitigating the effects of the war on our citizens. Just take a minute and think about these numbers. Since February 2022, over 780,000 Ukrainians crossed the border into Moldova, which is a country of just 2.6 million people. Some 100,000 refugees remain in Moldova, which serves both as a transit and destination country. At the highest point, we received 5 times more than our total capacity as estimated by the UNHCR. We also provided humanitarian support to the people of Ukraine, solidarity lanes for Ukrainian goods, and cooperation in a broad range of areas. But we did not only that. We managed the multiple consequences of the war in Ukraine and the growing hybrid war that Russia waged on us. We needed to ensure the well-being of our own people and our country's strategic interests. In just 1 year, we diversified our 100% dependency on Russian gas and provided our people with heating and light from alternative sources of energy. We increased pensions, wages, and provided a targeted energy vulnerability program to help people deal with increased prices. We stayed true to our promises and implemented structural reforms, which make Moldova ever more resilient, advancing on a number of international rankings on democracy, press freedom, combating corruption, and the rule of law. And perhaps most importantly, we obtained for our country the candidate country status to the EU as the only way and the only path to firmly anchor the future of our country in the free world. Now, I will let you judge, is it a coincidence that all of these achievements happened when Moldova was one of the few countries, and for a period the only country, where both the President and the Prime Minister were women? Where the Minister of Internal Affairs and the anti-corruption prosecutor are women. Where 40% of our parliament, of our members of parliament, are women. We have a truly inspirational leader in our President, Maia Sandu. We also have many other women who are working tirelessly to ensure representation of women in decision-making. And I salute here the head of our Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee, Doina German, and also my colleagues, our colleagues back home, who have been at the forefront of the fight for gender equality, who implemented, first in the party and then in Parliament, a double quota for women's representation in Parliament, and who are working, despite all the overlapping crises, to ensure that we have a feminist and policy and gender equality. We did not choose the context to serve in, but we rose to the occasion and demonstrated that women can govern successfully in the most difficult of circumstances. So you make the judgment. I will not say that we had achievements because there were so many women, but at the very least, we demonstrated that governing is for women, not just in social policy, in energy policy, in security policy, in economic policy. Governing the country is a woman's job. Unfortunately, as we speak, the freedom, security, and prosperity of the people of Ukraine are being threatened by the unjust war of aggression. Every day since February, innocent women and children, the young and the elderly, as well as the Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines of the war, are paying the ultimate price for defending us all and our European way of life. We are in the European Parliament, and I am addressing first and foremost the Europeans whose values are defended by the brave Ukrainians. They are paying this ultimate price through lives lost, the wounds suffered, and the destruction endured. And what saddens me today is that somehow we are starting to get used to living in the neighborhood of this conflict, as we have gotten used to wars and conflicts and waves of refugees in other parts of the world. And this is now, starting to become not breaking news, but regular newscasts, and it is becoming a new normal. We knew even before this war, and we all know here, that a war should never become a new normal. So, despite everything that we are facing in our countries, we should come together in fora like this and discuss how do we see the functioning of our societies? What legacy will we leave to our children? We should find solutions to uphold the international rules-based order, to sanction violations and hold those responsible accountable, to ensure that the international community responds to crises like that, to wars in particular, in a consistent manner. I salute every one of you here, and let us bravely discuss, decide, and govern. Thank you.
Can we continue clapping for the Prime Minister for the wonderful message? So, in several different spaces and on several occasions, I've been asked some questions, and I reply with 4 words. I'm a Liberian woman. I'll say it again. I'm a Liberian woman. That has a lot. It's packed. So much within that. But Liberia is one of the countries where you can see where, firstly, ECOWAS, we give credit to ECOWAS also, and the UN stepped in to save a people. And we can talk about having peace today, whether it's fragile or not, we still have peace today because the UN Charter came into full effect to save a people. But over the past decade, we've seen a lot. We've seen Syria. We've seen the situation in Myanmar. We've seen military coup, Myanmar, Mali. We've just heard about Russia and Ukraine. And so much more that leaves us asking the question, this international rules-based world order, what's happening? What's happening with it? And it's truly legitimate to ask, is it sufficient? Do we need something more added within that UN Charter? I'm one of those that say to people, I work with the passion with which I work because I believe truly in what the UN stands for, the principles, the values. I work because I believe it. I believe it, and it's not about a contract that I hold today, because whether I have a UN contract or not, the principles and the values of equity, justice, fairness, a world where we're all treated equally and we approach things with equity because our needs are different. That world, I believe in it. And I believe that we can do it. But is the Charter enough? We have a dynamic panel that will be discussing this, starting with the moderator, who is Maitreyi Sitaraman, founder of Facultas Media. We have a panel of senior advisor Safak Pevi, who is the senior advisor at the UN High Commission, also a member of the WPL board. We have Maria Rachel Arenas, who's a member of the House of Representatives, chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, WPL country ambassador to the Philippines. We have Pierrette Herzberger Fofana, member of the European Parliament, and Abla Amawi, Senator of Jordan, as well as Ola Vasilevska Smaliuk, who's a member of Parliament in Ukraine. These women will be discussing, and I would like for you to also reflect on the UN Charter, what it means, how it's implemented and reflected, and what we need to be speaking as women in relation to that. Thank you.
This morning has been absolutely fascinating, and it's been eye-opening to see the perspectives from around the world, and I think this panel really does bring it home that the world has very different views on what's going on. I'm honoured that all of you have joined me because yesterday was the 78th anniversary of that UN Charter, the signing of it in San Francisco on the 6th of June, 1945, 111 articles, followed by multiple amendments and additions, but no subtractions. Interesting. But let's talk about the fact that we just heard about all of the forgotten wars. The world feels like it's on fire. We've got the South China Sea as a big concern. We've got Ukraine at the border of the European Union. You've got Sudan. You've got things happening in Latin America that we forget to talk about. We have things happening across the continent of Africa that is not juicy to hear about in the news. So this panel is here to kind of tell us their perspective of the world as they see it. The one thing I have to say when I started looking at this issue is quite simply in Geneva 2 weeks ago, a question was raised to the WHO saying, well, all these actions are great, but what about the bureaucracy? The entire room burst out laughing because we all know the fact that there is a heck of a lot of bureaucracy in the system, and that's where good intentions sometimes go to get lost. So to this fantastic panel, I'm going to ask, and let me introduce myself. I am a constantly trying to quit journalism journalist, which is an interesting place to be. So when I surround myself with women, sometimes the hope is alive again. So ladies, if I can ask you from the perspective of the countries you sit in, the places you sit in, how do you view the world today? Do you still view it from the lens of when that UN Charter was signed in 1945 as two camps? Or is this a multipolar world? And is the Charter fit for purpose? If I can start with you, Albert.
Thank you, and hello everybody, and I really am so inspired to be here, and one feels belittled actually with all the inspiring stories. So I will start actually in terms of the relevance of the UN Charter to the Arab region. I think it's extremely fundamental for the region as a region, not because of the uniqueness of the region, but unfortunately we have a uniqueness in terms of the number of conflicts, armed conflicts and crises. At least 7 countries are among the top 35 worst countries in terms of war. We have also a number of states that have failed in terms of the fragility index. As you can see, whether it's Somalia, Yemen, Libya, Iraq, all these countries are in war or have experienced civil conflict. So that's number one in terms of peace and security. And the relevance of the UN Charter to that has been paramount. One is that in terms of trying to de-escalate conflicts, in terms of peacekeeping missions that have, whether it's UNIFIL, UNIMED for Sudan, and as well as trying to impose sanctions on some countries to deter from war. So that's the first aspect. The second aspect is in terms of development and cooperation. And we have seen this region has 60% of its population under the age of 25. It's suffering from high unemployment rates, poverty rates, and we are the worst globally in terms of the gender gap report. There has been great progress, because I have to be positive and inspiring. Yes, I am sitting here as a senator, so that is big progress. But and I am able to speak to you about this critically and not afraid of anybody, because we have reached that stage for the region. But that does not mean that we don't have a long way to go. The third aspect I will focus on is in terms of self-determination and sovereignty. Yes, there are wars, but for us within the region, the UN has helped, as I said, in terms of decolonization and supporting that process, but Palestine remains under occupation. And we cannot, within the region, really deal with that. And we see, in terms of the UN Charter, there are double standards being applied in terms of the Palestinian complex. There has Resolution 181 was passed that the Palestinians have to have the right to self-determination and a two-state solution, with Jerusalem placed under international protection, and Jordan has a specific role vis-à-vis the holy sites. But at the same time, we have seen the veto power of the US. Over 60 resolutions were passed by the UN, the General Assembly. 50 of those were vetoed by the US. So when we look at refugee regimes globally, we have almost half of the refugees within our region, and we have the issue, I lived in Gaza and worked with the UN there. You are living in a huge prison, and every night I ask myself, how can we sleep knowing there are over 1 million, almost 2 million people locked up? So what does that mean for the relevance of the UN Charter, so I don't go for long, is that yes, there is need for reform, and I'm a former UN staffer. Yes, there is relevance for the Charter. It is needed. It gives us that normative power. But at the same time, we have to apply it uniformly, and it should not be under the power of politics and regional and bipolar differences, and that is key. Because when you apply it uniformly, then you believe in the rule of law, and you believe that what is correct for the Ukraine, what is correct for Yemen, is correct for the Palestinians, is correct for Sudan, is correct for anywhere. Then you believe in rule of law. And when you apply double standards at this conflict, the attack on Iraq, destruction of Iraq by US forces sanctioned by the UN, and it turned out they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. You destroyed one of the ancient civilizations in the world, applying a double standard. And with that, I will say, yes, it's relevant, but we have to always question. And where women come into play is that there has been an increase in the numbers of women who have been raped, who have been subject to violence. Look at Darfur, look at everywhere. Look at the number of Syrian women who have been subjected. And if we applied sanctions and force early on the conflict, we wouldn't have ended with all the displaced Syrians. And now they're being kicked out as refugees from countries and not upholding the Geneva Convention for their protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Abla. And I think that's a reality check indeed. If I can ask you, Pierrette, put on two hats for us, the European one and, the relationship now we have with the African continent and the war in Ukraine. There are so many multiple facets where it seems to be that we've forgotten what we think is important and how we relate to that when we sit in the UN General Assembly or in the Security Council. Can you give us an idea of where we actually do stand?
Thank you very much. Forget. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I have to say it in English. And I am going to try. So first of all, I am very honored to speak to you today on this Women Political Leaders Summit. Our representation, the representation of women in politics matters, and our perspective can enable us to find solutions to the challenges the world is facing, giving women the important role as peacemakers. The recent years have shown various breaches of international law all over the world, and I want to address the influence of the current struggles on the UN Charter, which was created as a fundament of international relations and a symbol for global cooperation. The recent development make it crucial to reflect upon the influence of these challenges on the UN Charter and raise the question, can we keep the UN Charter alive?
Since its inception in 1945, the UN Charter has been a guiding light for nations seeking to maintain peace, promote human rights, and foster development worldwide. The Charter was inspired by a spirit of peace and international understanding and friendly relations between nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination. It was founded as an issue of two wars with a strong determination of preventing war for all future generations. However, in recent years, this noble vision has encountered numerous obstacles that threaten its effectiveness. How does Russia's war against Ukraine impact the rule-based international order? The war in Ukraine is one of the latest breaches of the international law. It undermines the principle of the UN Charter, threatens regional stability, and has a significant impact on the rules-based international order. It tests the commitment to collective security and cooperation. My role as the Vice Chair of the Development Committee and a member of Committee of Foreign Affairs and Vice Chair for the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament also allow me to see the conflict highlight the challenges faced by global partnerships and development. Furthermore, the conflict demonstrated the need for reform in the UN and international partnership itself. If we want to keep the UN Charter alive, the war has challenged the relationship between Russian and Western countries, which also affects countries in other parts of the world, including Africa. Some Western perspectives expect the countries to align themselves with international alliances, often pressuring them to choose sides. This pattern could be seen in various occasions in history since the inception of the UN Charter, and rarely had the desired outcome from the Western country. By pressuring countries in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia who faced colonialism by European countries in the past to take a certain position resembling a power inequality which still exists even decades after liberation of the colonized states. I come on another one. As we have seen, that applying pressure to the country is only harming the partnership that we have built with countries since their independence. And I would like to address a few perspectives that could play a key role in defending our rule-based international order. A rule-based international order includes upholding the principles of international law on condemning violations based on shared values. On that note, however, it is important to keep in mind that the UN Charter has been incepted in a time where a large part of Africa was not independent. 1945, it was not independent. This brings us the question how colonial structures played into the establishment of those shared values in the Charter and still play a role today. The war in Ukraine demands a comprehensive approach that addresses not only immediate security concerns, but also underlying political and economic dimension. This can be seen in the remaining power imbalance among UN institutions. The UN must work towards amplifying the representation of African nations in its decision-making process, especially since they are often disproportionately affected by global challenges such as climate change. For instance, the Security Council is a principal organ responsible for maintaining international peace and security. Yet, African and Latin American countries made effort to gain a permanent membership in this Security Council, since the country are not represented without success. A permanent membership in the UN Security Council would give them a meaningful and responsible function in the international infrastructure, leaving no choice but to position themselves in conflicts such as the ongoing war. It is crucial for the international community to be convinced that shared values and international rules count and protect every state. Therefore, it is important to address historical injustice inflicted upon Africa and Latin American countries during the colonial era and acknowledging its harmful effects. At various times, these countries could not rely on the international rules to protect their sovereignty. Even in the present, this still occurs. In the Ukraine war, many African countries with permanent visa in the Ukraine faced illegitimate inequality while trying to flee from the war. Many were denied boarding the rescue train, while white Ukrainians were prioritized by the rescue workers and policy. The situation on the Ukraine borders is just one of many examples where the international rules fail to protect people of African descent, violating principles of equality and challenging the basis of reliability that the UN Charter should be built on. To build a credible and stable partnership, therefore, also means promoting reparative justice to foster an environment of trust and cooperation between African countries and the international community, strengthening the foundation of the UN Charter. As mentioned, global partnership requires strong diplomatic...
I would like to come back to that point, but I do want to get through to everyone else's points as well, because it's well taken that that charter was signed before many countries around the world that we now see as being quite powerful were independent. Colonialism plays a part. But I want to come to you, Safek, because you actually understand the movement of these people on a global level. You've heard from Abla, you've heard from Pierrette already about what needs to change. What are some of the... Can you give us an idea of what works and what doesn't work at this point? Because we all talk about reform, but reform takes time. What is working, what's not working at this point? Give us like an umbrella view right now.
That's what I said before, as a witness, what's not functioning. So, yes.
Oh, that was a question. If you want to come back in, that would be great. And then if you can pick up from there. Thanks.
You want to speak? I just wanted to say, So that's by involving, I think, all stakeholders, what is functioning, we have said what is functioning, that we are together, that all the countries want peace, all the countries, I suppose. There is no countries usually, but now we have the exception, what happened now, everybody has seen that. But the other country, and especially as want to focus on the African countries, I know, and I am as I said, I am the vice chair. I know that in those countries, even if there is a war now in Sudan and so on, but most of the people and most of the population and the countries, they want peace. And that's why they adhere to the UN Charter. And that's why they want that the UN Charter will be an instrument that helps them also. But that's the other problem we have for the African country. They have always the impression that they are not been on the table, on the board. They are not here, they are not there. And that's why, that's what I focused and said, they have to be on the Security Council. Anyway, we have, Africa is 55 countries. And if you take just one, it's even not enough. If you open the door for one country, no, we have to open the door on the board that they can also discuss the special problems they have in Africa. It's not the same like in Jordan, in Palestine and so on. It's another problem. And that's problem all coming from the past also. So we cannot close our eyes and say no, and that's the structure. We have to move on new structure, a new partnership, and a partnership on the same level that the big problem that most African countries we have in the African countries, we are not seen on the same level, and we have to move and maybe to put it on the UN Charter that all countries is not just write it down, yes, we are all together, we are all equal, but no, the inequality we have to struggle against. I'm sorry, sometimes the French and German is things in my mind. Yes, that's. We have really to struggle that the equality between all countries will be seen not just on the paper but in the reality. And that's a perspective. And I am quite sure if we are going to work on that perspective, that equality on the same level, we are going to make peace a thing that is a reality for everybody, because everybody wants peace. And in that path, I think that women can play a big role, because women are usually peacemakers. I'm sorry.
Sure, thank you. Then I'll continue on that point, if I may. Perhaps, I mean, there's so much wisdom of wealth of experience here. From different regional perspectives as well. So maybe I should have been the last, or from a global point of view, from dealing in the UN branch of humanitarian branch of United Nations. So maybe I'm the last person to speak about it, because I've seen so many post-conflict areas and worked there along with thousands of my colleagues in the humanitarian ecosystem. That surely we are very much in the aftermath called for duty. I just wanted to remind perhaps what are the consequences of war and conflict that we may be forgetting unless we have a regional crisis. We may be forgetting, there are also forgotten conflicts that are still ongoing in the world today. At the backdrop of this session, there was a mention as well of the COVID-19 crisis, the health crisis that we have tried hand in hand to overcome. There may be some things have been lacked there in international cooperation, but some successful things have been done as well. But one of the things that the UN Secretary General and the UN world has wanted to remind at that silent period that we shared, our destinies were intertwined with each other, was a ceasefire, for a global ceasefire for all conflicts. There was momentarily that kind of hope that was evoked by it when we were actually in solidarity with each other, trying to find a way out from the health crisis that we didn't know when it would cease. But right after, when we felt more safe, we decided to create more man-made, human-made disasters. I'm not getting into the nature-made disasters that we are facing and will be facing more and more in the coming decades. But so as a humanitarian, for us, now the forcibly displaced persons, that includes refugees, internally displaced persons, asylum seekers, as you well know, as well as the stateless, now exceeds 100 million people. That is unprecedented for since the end of World War II we are talking about. So when the Charter was signed to find a solution on the ashes of a war, that was disastrous and most tragic. But we are now exceeding more numbers that we didn't even imagine. So normally, after 78 years, I shouldn't have been sitting here as a UN humanitarian service member. Normally, we should have ceased to exist if it works, but it is not the case. And for us, every single refugee, forcibly displaced person represents a failed peace building or a failed prevention of conflict. And that is something that we should remind ourselves. However, I want to also introduce you a new, maybe more, maybe a bit more controversial thing that we always remind ourselves. It is at the same time, by providing safe and dignified asylum by the member states, is actually playing a role in upholding the rules-based multilateral international system. So, but that is thanks to the Charter bringing us together and the member states. So we shouldn't only put the Charter at the stand here because it was its own unique example at the time. Now we have regional multilateral systems that is inspired by those principles and values, be it African Union, European Union, Arab Union. You know, we have different structures that are basically setting the rules in a regional context, inspired by the very simplistic approach that the Charter had at the time, and building on it in a much more contemporary way that can answer different challenges that we're facing, including climate change. So then there is also that responsibility sharing thing that we're forgetting. Only in the last year we had 35 new crises that has erupted. And this includes, of course, Afghanistan from 2021 on unfolding. This includes Yemen, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ukraine, the fastest evolving refugee crisis so far, and so many other forgotten and erupting conflicts that we are talking about. But at the face of it, surely peace is needed more than ever. But those regional structures, as well as other UN agencies and spaces that has been opened up by the push of women, for instance, we have the human rights conventions that have come about, women, peace and security that is still not applied equally and implemented. So we need to look at those kind of things, and I think we will get back to the solutions and partnership side more, but I just want to remind the global human cost of war and where we stand today with different mechanisms.
Sefak, thank you so very much for that. If I can ask you, Maria, your part of the world is a tinderbox. I think if you ask any policy expert, you go to any security conference, everyone is terrified of what will potentially happen in the South China Sea. You're sitting at the heart of it. How have perspectives changed in the Philippines in how you view the world and your place within the UN family?
In reference to the Indo-Pacific, considering that there have been a lot of several territorial and maritime disputes, and it's been a trend in the recent years, the outcome of this crisis in Ukraine, there are a lot of countries, including my country, we are alarmed because this might be a precedent. We have seen the inability of the UN Security Council in mastering a solid vote in favor of the inability of mastering a vote of favor for international peace and security when one of its members is the aggressor, the use of force or military operation in invading another territory, the effectiveness of sanctions and other punishments, the commitment of the global community to defend a rules-based order, and the role of regional organizations are issues that will inform future moves and foreign policy decisions of countries in the region. We depend on the principles of the UN Charter and international law. I am proud to say that when we brought the South China Sea issue to court, we have the international law on our side. The legal victory of the Philippines is a triumph of international law. It also provides assurance to smaller countries that despite the anarchic international system, the right and not the might can prevail. I know we have really short time. Can global partnerships be built? Yes. An example would be in the context of the ASEAN. We have the Quad, we have the AUKUS in that part of the world. Do we need to revise the rules? Yes. Just like I being in Congress, we revisit our bills, our laws, because it has to go with the changing of times. We have emerging and existing changing technological advances. We have geopolitical shifts. We have to address power imbalances. We have to increase representation as well. But I also want to say that the countries, nations that are like-minded, who have the same values as ours here, should put their work where their mouth is. We pray that they will do that they should put their resources where their values, they think their values are important. Thank you.
Maria, thank you. If I can follow that up by asking you, have the lens that the Philippines wears changed? Are you looking at the world in a more regional way? Because one of the biggest conversations that we're having at this point is the UN may not be fit for purpose, or the UN Charter may not be fit for purpose, because it's no longer a bipolar world. It's a multipolar world. Have you in the Philippines changed the way you look at the world order and the rules-based order in itself? Even if you won an amazing case.
Well, I think with our new administration, number one, our president has said that he will not give any inch of the Philippine territory away, that we will fight for it. And us in the legislature are putting order in our maritime territory. We have filed, and on third reading, we passed the maritime zone in the first year where Congress started. We have filed also the archipelagic sea lanes, and it's in second reading already. Hopefully, it will pass the Senate. I believe that because of everything that's going on, as mentioned by all our great leaders here, we remain optimistic and hopeful. Yes, our views change periodically based on what is happening around us. We have to consider our friends, our allies. We have to consider that just right here, right now, we have gained, the Philippines, so many allies here in WPL. So yes, our outlook has changed in a more positive way. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much for that. If I can ask you, Olga, you are out and about representing Ukraine and all of the issues that you bring to the table. Money laundering is on top of the cards for you, and it's a key issue for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine when peace actually comes around. Give us a view of how you're looking at the world, and are you frustrated by the UN system at this point, or do you still have hope?
Thank you, Madra, for this question. Dear colleagues, dear founders of WPL, it's an honor for me to be here. Usually, I told you previously we have had a conversation. I thought I refused almost all international conference during this year because I'm a parliament member from Bucha, and all this year we try to make a recovery and any way to cope with our new life, new reality. And of course, we are very thankful for all different organizations that donate to our recovery process into Ukraine now. But today, I want to be a voice of millions of Ukrainian women and children who suffers from Russian full-scale invasion. Yes, I'm from Bucha. My children studies, attend school, and my husband now is in Donbass. He's a Ukrainian soldier, so he's now in hell. And almost half territory of now Ukraine was a hell just a year ago. For example, yesterday we had a tragedy at Rakt. The Russians blew up the Kakhovka hydroelectric station. And many people, we don't know exactly how many people, but they are totally without homes. Just imagine it's the entire population of Liechtenstein, Malta, or Luxembourg in a few hours are without any property, and they try to stay alive. Did you see a video today where children with mother are sitting on the roof in Oleshki, it's occupied Kherson region, and screaming for help because water comes and they can't get out there. And by the way, as you know, what the first communication of the United Nations organization was yesterday and this day. They put a post on Twitter that they celebrate Russian Language Day. It was their message instead of gathering an urgent Security Council meeting or a statement condemning genocide or ecocide. They just celebrate Russian Language Day. Today's morning, I received a photo from Ukrainian journalist from Ukrainskaya Pravda, and activists drew on the United Nations cars near their office in Kiev additional letters. And now their cars look like, we can't show the picture, but instead of United Nations, in the car is written useless. It's an illustration of what we are thinking about the situation and about all this communication. Sorry, we in Ukraine studies to name words as they are, to tell the truth, and there is no time for diplomatic for us. So for deep concerns or for other things. So sorry in advance if my words hurt somebody's feelings. I came here, the road was 12 hours from Kiev to Krakow, and then I took an aircraft. It's like 24 hours to get to Brussels, takes from Ukraine now. And, but I have a great mission today, Matrai, if it's possible. I am a voice of relatives of captured civilians from Ukraine. Civilians were captured by Russians from Bucha, Borodyanka, Kherson, Dymir, Kharkiv. More than 20,000 people are now, civil people, not soldiers, are now in Russian prisons. And the Geneva Convention have no answer what to do with them. Russians can't change them, and the whole post-World War II security system doesn't work because it was designed to ensure three things for the future. First, one was that countries wouldn't use force to change territorial borders. Second, that violence against civilians wouldn't be used as an instrument of war. And third, that there would no threats to use nuclear weapons. And guess what? It doesn't work. So we, of course, want to change this order to a new one with equal positions for all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Olga. We're coming close to our time, so I'm going to ask you all for doing something magical. 1 minute each to give us an idea of what we can do. Unfortunately, 1 minute each, and that's going to still take me over. 1 minute each on what we can do today, because we can't expect reforms overnight. What can we do today, tomorrow, in this room, in our respective countries, that can somewhat redress this balance in the short term, because we do need some solutions right now for all those forgotten conflicts and, of course, Ukraine. So who wants to go first? Abba.
Wow. Okay, this is very difficult, yes. But I would say always be the voice of justice and apply the stick of right or wrong. Socrates said it, and whatever conflict you see, rather than take sides, always say, if I uphold international or rules of right or wrong, who would be on the wrong side and who is on the right side? And wherever you see there are marginalization, injustice, abuse, lack of inclusion, lack of diversity, then say, this should be my stick yard. And that's how you evaluate anything you do in life and any conflict you measure. Because we've seen, we apply different yardsticks. That this conflict, if it's a neighboring country that we like, we assume that it is okay, their actions of aggression. And if we don't like it, then we say they are aggressors. And these people are refugees. These people should not be refugees. These people deserve to be protected. These people should not be protected because we don't like a specific country. We don't like specific actions. So that's what I think is the yardstick that we should walk away with. Always right or wrong. And we do it not for religion, not for going to heaven, but because it's right for goodness sake. That's it.
Sefek, would you like to go? I think you can follow nicely.
Pierrette wanted me to go first, but I just want to join you, Pierrette. There is hope because in your previous thing, you want to emphasize over and over again that the societies and majority of the world, including the African continent, do want peace and do not want war and conflict. So we just need to look at that majority. I mean, just very concretely, we need to look at what worked, what didn't work. At the face of today's ongoing conflicts, there are humanitarian diplomacy that works immediately in the aftermath for humanitarian aid. That's again, interstate multilateral system that is mobilized in solidarity. Why does it work in the aftermath and why doesn't it work in the preventative side before it happens? There needs to be an agile address that people can look at when the tensions are rising, and that needs actually established body. Maybe globally it may be too challenging, because what I see also a lack in the peace processes, not only the women peace and security commitments are being not fully implemented. I believe that we are standing at 20%, 23% at the most, that women influencers, politicians, those with lived experiences are included in the voice. That includes women refugees. I think that's very important. But I think what we need to look at is that an agile fund somewhere in the UN where people can look at, but with the wisdom that they can speak, with the wisdom of those socio-political, cultural contexts. As Abla was saying, as Maria was saying, as Ola was saying, you need to know your context. Peacemakers cannot be assigned from another planet. And that then doesn't bring some conclusive things, because you are just looking at it like a shot from the space. Those cultural values and differences regionally existing needs also regionally wise voices, and particularly women to be on that seat of table. Thank you.
Very quickly, Pira, because we are now running out of time. So, quick solutions.
Yes, very, very quickly. I have just to say, no peace without justice. Justice that is on all levels, for everybody, for all countries. And I said before, nobody wants war. Nobody wants to live in an uncomfortable way of life. Everybody is, and the nation are all wanted, usually at least. They want to promote social progress and development, and this social progress and development is possible if we try to be much more solidary. Solidarity is one thing, and I think that solidarity we have to improve it, and we have to improve it, but we have also to try together to develop that type of solidarity, not to marginalize people, yes, and also what's very important, I think, is to try all those barriers and obstacles to destroy them with love. And I think that's what we all need, and we women, we are women of peace, we all want peace, but we want also to bring love to all our citizens.
Vera, we need to sneak you into the Security Council meetings, I think. I think that would be absolutely brilliant.
Yes, so we can have peace in our countries.
Absolutely. Olga, I'm going to ask you, what would you like to see changed? I mean, what can you change immediately that could work for Ukraine at this point, since you are currently going through the pains, very quickly?
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, two statements. As Safak said about humanitarian diplomacy, it's a very nice idea, but for my opinion, ICRC or a dozen other United Nations organizations doesn't work. For civil prisoners, it's the same situation. If we can't push ICRC or other humanitarian organization, we can close them. And the second quotation is the veto in the United Nations Security Council should be abolished because it doesn't work. The system in which all states are not equal, in which there are privileges and hierarchy, has shown its inability to respond adequately to the crisis. So enough, abolish the veto in the United Nations, and that's all. Thank you.
I think, Maria, I'm going to give you the last word for a quick solution because you've proven that the system can work if you know how to play the game. What are a couple of solutions we can use right away to address some of these issues that have been raised?
I don't know if these can be solutions, but while the rules are not without flaws, it remains an essential framework for promoting peace, cooperation, and protection of human rights. We strive for striking a balance between state sovereignty and responsibility of other states. We promote, we undertake exclusive and transparent processes involving participation of diverse stakeholders. And if I may say this, I've been wanting to say this at the start of the debate. For the people in Ukraine and other people in crisis, we have you and other many nations here with us today in our thoughts and in our prayers for those fighting for their lives every day, for those who have lost loved ones, separated from family, lost their homes. We are here. The WPL is here, and you are in our prayers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please give, this conversation can go on and on and on, but I know we've run out of time and we've gone significantly over time, so please give them a round of applause and thank you all for listening.
Testing. I've tested well. Okay. I think the conversation that we just had was extremely rich. Would you agree? Extremely rich? Extremely rich because it's apropos. It's about what's needed for the moment. And I wanted to just add to the panel one recommendation. And it's not a miracle. It can be done so easily with these magical women in front of me. WPL is already at Davos, right? I think we need to have a discussion with WPL leadership and the Secretary General. There needs to be, at UNGA 78, voices taken forward in terms of the state of the UN Charter and the state of the world and women's voices from WPL. Do you think that's a good recommendation? You agree with me? WPL at UN General Assembly? Yes? To carry your voices? Yes. 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 Yes, because they speak, I'm saying they, we speak, WPL, we speak, and we speak truth. And it's important that that truth is spoken at the next General Assembly. We're almost at the end of the day. Please don't be weary, please don't be tired. The business of women's participation and representation is important, and the business is not easy. So we all have to apply the best of our energies and the best of our time, right? Next, we're going to be having a speaker who will be speaking to us about experiences with Armenia, but also be showing us something from Armenia. We have Anna Hakobayan, Chair of the Board of Trustees of My Step Charitable Foundation, and she's also the spouse of the Prime Minister of Armenia. But as you see with the introduction, I started with what she does, not who she's married to. But please give her a round of applause as she comes to speak to us.
First, we have to wait for a video clip.
The spiral gold hairpin was worn by women to emphasize their status in society. It was used in Armenia over 5,000 years ago. Aside from the hairpin, many other artifacts attest to how our ancestors strived for civilization, improved their living standards, and adapted to the challenges of their time. Ancient maps indicate their knowledge of neighboring regions and the efforts to study their languages for communication. Over 15 centuries ago, Armenians invented their own alphabet to make knowledge accessible to everyone, rather than just a privileged few. Throughout history, Armenia has achieved significant advancements in the fields of science, art, and culture. However, these accomplishments have come at a great cost. When you look at castle walls, it is clear that they were built to safeguard cities. When you look at man-made caves, you understand that they were constructed to protect villages. And when you look back at history, you'll realize that nobody truly knows the importance of peace like those who have endured the destruction caused by countless wars. The pursuit of peace is the cornerstone of our historical and current achievements. And it is due to that pursuit that Armenia is currently considered one of the safest countries in the world. Today, we find ourselves united in a fight against the common adversary. We strongly believe that by joining forces and standing together, women from all around the world can defeat the ultimate enemy: war itself. Welcome to Armenia, a country that truly understands the value of peace.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Women Political Leaders Network for organizing this summit. I extend my appreciation to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Parliament for hosting this important event. 10th anniversary of the WPL is a momentous occasion to celebrate the initiative that managed to unite the most diverse and the most powerful voices of women for a common good. I would like to hail the approach of the WPL that brings leadership, evidence, and common vision together to serve the cause of gender equality and empowerment of women for a better world. This is especially relevant today when rising insecurity, conflicts, and humanitarian emergencies roll back the achievements of the last decades, deepening mistrust within and between countries and societies, risking to create points of no return for future generations. It was the International Children's Day on June the 1st. One of the headlines of the day that attracted my attention was, "I want to be a king, to put an end to the wars." It was a reply of an Armenian boy to the question, what is his biggest wish? Another headline in international media that day was also about the war. It says, 11-year-old child died in Kiev. Maybe the link between those headlines is not that obvious, but I have full confidence that by saying this, the Armenian boy had in his mind protection of all children in Ukraine and elsewhere. I am fully confident that Ukrainian or any other child would want to protect all children affected by the conflicts, no matter where, in Ukraine, in Russia, in Azerbaijan, in Armenia, or in Nagorno-Karabakh and beyond. The Child Protection Day was created by us, the adults. It's about protection the children from violations and abuses. We, as a global community, created bureaucracies, institutions, programs, and strategies. Yet there is still an urgent need to get our priorities straight, because at least 485 children died in Ukraine in just 1 year and 4 months. Another 992 were wounded. This is just one crisis area out of many where children's the most fundamental right to life cannot be secured. This is an individual and collective failure. Let's think over it. Maybe there is no need to be a king to break the never-ending chains of war. Maybe women decision makers, community leaders, or activists would shift the vicious pattern of using violence. I believe this was in the thinking more than 20 years ago when the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security was adopted. Despite the global consensus on strengthening the role of women, we are still underrepresented in any security and peace-related spaces. I think the women in power bear special responsibility to take more decisive steps to change this situation. Dear friends, for centuries, Armenian people had a first-hand experience of all the hardship and calamities of war. We are still witnessing our borders being attacked and our compatriots in Nagorno-Karabakh enduring inhuman blockade and violations of their most basic human rights. Despite that, we are strongly convinced that there is no hierarchy to human suffering, and there is no alternative to inclusive dialogue and peace. For me personally, this is condition sine qua non for all war spots, be that Nagorno-Karabakh, Ukraine, Sudan, Palestine, or elsewhere. I believe that women, especially women leaders, from all conflict-affected peoples and communities should step up their efforts and start to talk louder than roars of armaments, louder than calls for violence and hate. So, can we change the unwritten rules of leaving women behind the negotiation tables? With this in mind, it is my distinct pleasure to announce today that Armenia, in cooperation with WPL, will organize a summit dedicated to the role of women leaders in promoting democracy, peace and security in Yerevan from 19 to 20 of October 2023. The two-day discussions will center around the issue of promoting democracy, peace and security with a specific focus on the issues of women's full, equal and meaningful participation in decision-making and conflict resolution. We are expecting wide cross-regional presence at the summit, which has an ambition to provide a truly global platform for women leaders, policymakers, and civil society representatives. We are full of anticipation for the summit. On our part, we promise all the warmth of Armenian hospitality and the beauty of autumn in Yerevan. You have seen the glimpse of Armenia in the video clip. Let me once again thank for this important summit and congratulate the WPL for yet another contribution to a vital cause. I hope to welcome all you in Yerevan to bring your voice and action for a more inclusive, just, and safe world. Thank you.
So I heard something this morning that I loved, and I'll just remind you all what it was. We are tea bags because you get to see our strength when we're placed in hot water. And men are instant coffee because they dissolve in hot water. You get a chance to test it now during the coffee break. There's coffee and there's tea. Please feel free to have your coffee and tea and come right back because we have a huge event after that. We're going to be giving out awards to countries that deserve it. So please, the coffee will be directed by the ushers and we'll come right back. We have about, I would say, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Let's get your coffee and then let's come back. Thank you.
The last panel, there are only three.
If we can start to settle back down, please. Get back to our seats, please. We will soon be starting the award ceremony for the countries that will be receiving the awards and the closing speeches. So please, let's make our way back to our seats. It's awards time, and it's time to present awards for peace. It's a peace award ceremony. And I wanted to remind us what peace means. Peace is not about the absence of guns. It's not about the absence of mortar shells and artillery. Peace is about creating an enabling environment for people in countries around the world to survive and to thrive. That's what peace is about. It's about how we have space for people to reach their fullest development potential. In the global context where the average level of global peacefulness has decreased by 30%, a whole 30%, it is important that we recognize that there are countries around the world that are doing everything they can to ensure peace. Before I call up those presenting the awards, I will leave something with you. I had the unfortunate opportunity to have to go to an area where people were fleeing conflict and where they were confronted with flooding. And I met a woman who, in fleeing the flooding, in fleeing the conflict, she confronted the flood and lost 4 children. Not 4 of 5 children or 4 of 6 children. She lost all her children in the flood. It's not a story that somebody wrote as some fairy tale story or something like that. It's a real life. And this woman said to me, in the beginning she didn't want to speak. And she was facing the ground with her finger in the dirt, just drawing in the dirt. And when she finally stood to speak, she said, "We have nightmares." She didn't say, "I'm crying for my children." She didn't say, somebody has caused me to lose all the children I've ever given birth to. She said, "We have nightmares." Peace is not about guns. It's about an enabling environment for people to survive and thrive. Can I please call up Savannah Cogmarin, and can I please call up Dr. Obi Ezekwesili to present the WPL Peace Awards for this Peace Award ceremony.
Are we going to come down?
Yes, I'm going to call them.
Okay.
So the WPL Peace Awards recognizes the achievements made by the hard work and dedication of people and institutions to peace around the world and within their own countries. These awards are presented to countries based on 2022 data from the Global Peace Index produced by the Institute for Economics and Peace, which is the world's leading measure of global peacefulness. This is evidence-based. This report presents the most comprehensive data-driven analysis to date on trends in peace, its economic value, and how to develop peaceful societies. Over the last year, a continuing trend blights most of the last 14 years. It is even more important to celebrate countries which have successfully striven to record improvements in the areas of societal safety and security, ongoing domestic and international conflict, and the degree of militarization. These awards are not just because we like these countries, but because these countries have worked to secure the peace for their people. These countries which will be receiving the rewards have societies which feature among the most peaceful in the world. And we know we all need peace. We will start by calling on Iceland. Iceland is represented by Dilja Mist Einarsdóttir, Hala Signy, and Astildur Lau Pordistor,
who are all members of the Alþingi, the National Parliament of Iceland.
They're going to hold this.
Dear guests, first we'd like to thank women political leaders for the opportunity to take part in this event. Iceland remains the most peaceful country in the world, according to last year's Global Peace Index, and Iceland also ranks as the most gender equal country in the world.
Yes.
These two facts make the Icelandic government a strong and credible representative of the message that gender equality goes hand in hand with stability and peace in the world. And this is one of the reasons gender equality has been a high priority for the Icelandic government in recent years, and a lot remains to be done in that field, we are well aware. On behalf of Iceland, we express our sincere gratitude to WPL to this meaningful award. Thank you.
The second country we'll be calling on to honor is Ireland. And Ireland is represented by Maria Welsh, MEP, and Senator Aisling Dolan and Deidre Clune, MEP.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and may I say welcome to the European Parliament. I'm here with my colleague Maria Walsh. Deirdre Clune is my name. We're both members of this Parliament, and Aisling Dolan is a representative from our Senate in Ireland. So I really would like to thank women political leaders for organising the event, and I also want to acknowledge and congratulate all those other delegations who are going to be receiving an award today. Ireland has been ranked the second most peaceful, as you know, country in Europe and third in the world according to the latest global index. And I'm conscious that as we're standing here, we're really receiving that we're standing on the shoulders of many who went before us, and a lot of hard work was done to bring us to this point. It's a testament to our domestic political stability and the economic opportunity our country provides to its citizens. It's rather fitting that in 2023, this year, which marks Ireland's 50th year of our membership of the European Union, that we rank so highly. So the economic, political, thank you for that, we're very proud of it, 50 years. So the economic, political and societal development of Ireland since joining the European Economic Community in 1973 has been nothing less than seismic, particularly for women and for gender and for gender equality. We have made enormous strides in those 50 years, and the EU has helped also to modernise our country, and European funds have played a vital role in building the foundation blocks for our open, free, pluralist democracy, not to mention supporting peace in Northern Ireland. I'm very proud of the peacekeeping role that women played in bringing about that peace. However, at this time, I think we should also acknowledge and think especially of the people of Ukraine, millions who are facing displacement, intimidation and destruction of their homes and livelihoods because of Russia's invasion. I think that's important for us. So today is a very positive day. The three of us here today are very, very proud to accept this award. I'd like to thank again women political leaders for inviting us this afternoon, applaud them for their work, especially their role in maintaining international peace and for fostering friendly relations across the world. I think that's really important. So thank you all. We're very honoured and delighted with the award that we're receiving today. Gormina Mahagov.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
The third country that will be honored today is Japan. And Japan is represented by His Excellency Ambassador Masaki Yasushi, Mission of Japan to the European Union.
Distinguished guests and distinguished leaders, I'm very honored to represent our country, Japan, for receiving this famous and very important award. As all of you know, our country, Japan, has tried our best to contribute to the peace and stability of the world after 2 wars. And I think this award has shown one consequence of our efforts. But unfortunately, still today, we are facing in a very difficult situations, not only around Europe, but also Asia, Africa, Middle East, South America. I promise to you, Japan would like to continue to work with all of you to respect and to keep our basic values, the rule of law, freedom, and democracy. Thank you very much.
The fourth country we'll be honoring today is Canada. And Canada is represented by Rachna Mishra, acting chargé for Canada's mission to the European Union.
So thank you very much to the Women Political Leaders Organization for bringing us here together today. I'm very honored to accept this award on behalf of Canada. At a time where global peace is being challenged, it is more important than ever for democracies to defend the rules-based international order, including through finding peaceful solutions to ongoing conflicts. We have seen the benefits of women's meaningful inclusion in all facets of social, economic, and political life, and in fostering peace. And to this end, Canada will continue to champion gender equality and the inclusion of women. Let me end with a quote from our former Prime Minister, Lester B. Pearson, who stated, "Of all of our dreams today, there is none more important or so hard to realize than that of the peace in the world." Thank you.
Fifth on the list is Bulgaria. Bulgaria is represented by Rositsa Kirova, Vice President of the National Assembly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
For the picture.
Okay.
Now you come to the middle.
Thank you very much for this award. It's a privilege for me to accept it on behalf of my country, Bulgaria. To us, this is a fair appreciation for everything that was achieved by Bulgaria in respect of peace and with respect to solidarity with victims of aggression, of war, conflicts throughout the years. It took faith, conviction, and persistence to achieve the goals that we had and stay firm on the path of helping war conflicts to be solved by ways of diplomacy and solidarity to those who were attacked. I'm sorry for the emotion. Bulgarian people never doubted when we had to decide how to treat a local conflict and why peace initiatives are of utmost importance. To assure a peaceful environment is extremely important and is an obligation and an obligatory condition for the development of our society and of humanity as a whole. This is the only way that our societies can outspread their entire potential. All our efforts should be aimed at improving people's lives by holding to the principles of justice, support, and responsibility for all our deeds. I am sure that by conducting policies which engage more women in different projects, in governance, we will give the world an opportunity to become a better place. And that is what we have to keep on doing. I am sure that every woman, every human being feels deep concern and compassion when a conflict zone opens and the war treats to enter a home, one of our homes. For every home is of importance and every home matters. And the world of peace and prosperity is a dream that we should strive to make true. This award is not only recognition, but a huge responsibility to us as well. I can assure you that Bulgaria will continue to be a strong supporter of peace and security and will do its utmost to help solving and preventing conflicts, not only in Europe, but worldwide. Because there is nothing more faithful than war, because there is nothing more frightful than war, and all the horrible coincidences that it brings with it. So let me thank you once more and express my gratitude to the World Political Leaders Organization for this award. Thank you very much.
So if you're just joining us online or in the room, we've been here all day. We didn't just get here. Standing behind me are Silvana Koch-Marin, the president of WPL, and Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, the chair of the board of WPL. And I did this introduction again because I'm excited about number 6. Because number 6 is from the continent of Africa, where we have so much chaos and conflict. Botswana. And Botswana is represented by Tibatso Future Baleseng, Minister Counselor, Embassy of the Republic of Botswana in Belgium, and delegation to the European Union.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of Botswana, I am privileged to accept the Women in Political Leadership Peace Award for the most peaceful countries in the world. We are privileged to accept this award alongside a set of dynamic countries committed to the maintenance of peace and security nationally, at the regional level, and also globally. This award is indeed an honor to the people of Botswana, who have worked very hard to lay the foundation for peace and put in structures for its maintenance over the years. It is an honor to Botswana's forebearers, who left a legacy of good leadership, good governance, and participatory democracy. We are therefore particularly grateful to the WPL for bestowing Botswana with such a prestigious and internationally renowned recognition. We also wish to express deep appreciation for the contribution which the WPL has made to the empowerment of women across the globe since it was established a decade ago. This global platform has enabled the exchange of views, best practices, and networking for the advancement of women. Having listened to the deliberations from this morning, I am convinced that the work done by this organization serves a very important purpose of inspiring and motivating governments across the globe to prioritize the participation of women in politics, as this has proven to be a critical vehicle for the attainment of peace, security, dignity, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, this year Botswana will celebrate 57 years of independence. This may be a short period in the history of nations, but testament to the importance of combining modern principles of democracy and nations' own traditional culture to guarantee enduring peace, stability, and opportunities for the development of the people. Since independence, our most valued currency and credibility as a state has always and remains a system of government that is responsive to the voice of the people and delivers on their needs. Over the years, we have made crucial, substantial strides in women in leadership by creating institutions that afford deserving women leadership positions. Botswana continues to rank high globally in terms of women in C-suite positions, both in the public and private sectors. We recognize areas where more still needs to be done. We wish to assure excellencies and distinguished delegates gathered here of our commitment and devotion to improving the gains already made by taking proactive steps to increase the number of women in active politics, including in Parliament. We aim to achieve that by providing training and mentorship, promoting women's leadership skills, increasing the visibility of women leaders, and addressing gender-based violence. In conclusion, I wish to underscore that Botswana considers this award as a recognition and encouragement to remain faithful to our founding principles of democracy, development, self-reliance, unity, and Botho. By Botho, we mean a yardstick for good behavior, respect, and consideration for others. I thank you for your attention.
We've come to the last part of our agenda for the day, but it's definitely not the least important, a very important part of our agenda. At this stage, we've had many keynote messages, we've had the Peace Awards, we've really discussed the issues around women's participation, representation, what it means, and how the UN Charter is reflected in how we all engage as one world. I now have the privilege to introduce to you Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, and also Svietlana Tsikhanouskaya, National Leader of Belarus and Head of the United Transitional Cabinet. They will both be coming up and giving us keynote speeches that will summarize our day's deliberations and will give us food for thought going into tomorrow. I know by this time you're tired of seeing me and hearing me, right? But because I just love you so much, I decided to come back. And you can't throw me out. So you just have to deal with me. This is a short piece of information just to indicate that Roberta Metsola is still not yet in the building, so we are going to be moving ahead, and we will be having Sviatlana Sikhanouskaya coming up by herself. And that'll be just in a moment. Thank you. So as you can see, there's a real competition between me and my partner here as to who's the last to fix the chairs. So I came back just to fix these two chairs, so that I'll be the last to fix the chair before she comes back in. No, but just saying to you, please don't leave. She will be in any moment. She's coming through protocol and will not come back up again. When she walks in, she'll come all the way straight to the podium and take her seat and start her message. Thank you for your understanding. I promise you I'm not back because I just like to talk. But I'm back because we need to make a little bit of an adjustment. What we want to do at this stage is to wait for the President of the Parliament so that we have the speeches together. And while we're doing that, we want to move ourselves for our family photo so that we have a smooth flow. After the speeches, we take the family photo and then we're done. So I'm asking all of the WPL members to please fill the empty spaces in the middle. All of the MPs, please fill the empty spaces in the middle. Please just change seats. And then everyone else come as close to the edges of these two sides as you can, so that when the speeches are over, we'll take the family photo. So we're all moving inwards. Let me put it that way. We're moving inwards. So you don't want to be caught on the extreme right or left where you won't be in the photo. So MPs, please fill the middle. Let's fill the middle. And if there are still empty seats afterwards, please just let's all move in. We still have some seats here in the middle, 149, 150, 151, 152, 121. All those seats are still empty. Please just fill. Please don't be shy to move over. Please just fill in the empty seats. And if the ushers can help also, that'll be great.
Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my honor to introduce at this time the distinguished President of the European Parliament. We are in the hall that she leads, and I would like to welcome Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, up to the podium. Coming along with her, is Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, who is coming on the right of her and who is going to speak to us now in her capacity as national leader of Belarus and head of the United Transitional Cabinet. Over to you.
So, dear President Metsola, dear President Koch-Marin, dear friends, today I'm privileged to speak on behalf of Belarusian people and primarily on behalf of the Belarusian women. In times of war, it's obvious that more women in politics will mean more empathy, humanity, and wisdom in our decisions. These are exactly the things that we need in the world now and ever. I really appreciate the efforts of WPL to bring women politicians together so that we can exchange our experiences and inspire each other. And I know that I'm among friends here. Last year, you honored me with your wonderful Trailblazer Award. And I have to confess that after 3 years in politics, I still don't think of myself as a politician. I never wanted to be a political leader. However, I became one, out of love. It was love for my husband, Sergei, that made me take his place in the presidential campaign of 2020. Lukashenko was so afraid of Sergei that he put him in jail. The dictator never played fair. At that moment, I had other things on my plate, raising my son and my daughter. They were my focus. My older son especially, so because of he's a boy with special needs. For a long time, I was trying to rehabilitate him without knowing whether it would help him or not. Same thing with fighting for Belarus now. I don't know when we will win, but we have to work hard and hope for the best. As we all know too well, women are often overlooked in this life, especially in politics, which is still considered to be a man's world, even in democratic countries, not to speak of such patriarchal countries as Belarus. Lukashenko himself said a way that our constitution is not made for a woman president. People will not accept that. He was wrong. First, there is nothing in any public office made for men only. And if there is, there must be something wrong with the office, not with women.
Second, Belarusian people had nothing against a woman president. All the opposite. They were tired of an old self-styled macho man who was abusing the country for 26 years. He spoke of Belarus as of his beloved, which he was not going to give away. And of course, he was ready to make her obey, using his only advantage, violence. In the first place, Lukashenko got rid of men whom he perceived as the main threat for his power. It meant my husband Sergei, a presidential hopeful Viktor Babarika, and others. Soon it turned out that from all the registered oppositional candidates, it was just me who had a chance to beat Lukashenko. As a result, various political groups joined forces. In my presidential campaign, I was joined by two other women, Maria Kolesnikova and Veronika Tsepkalo. And it took us only 15 minutes to agree and unite. Which sometimes takes months of men in politics. In the beginning, people were skeptical about our chances. Then something happened. What was a bug became a feature. Belarusians have seen the female, more human face of politics. The three young, smart, modern women embodied a different future for Belarus. We won people's hearts and people's minds. And eventually, on August 9, 2020, I won the election. We all won. Belarusians won. Lukashenko wasn't man enough to accept that he lost to a woman whom he previously dismissed as a housewife. He was furious. He proclaimed himself a winner. That very day, people took to the streets to protest that blatant falsification. The police cracked down on protesters with unprecedented brutality. First shots were shot. First lives were lost. The prisons became torture chambers for thousands of the detained. I was threatened by the KGB and told that for the sake of my children, I should leave the country immediately. In those circumstances, I made the decision that I will always live with. I agreed to leave Belarus. Thousands of others didn't have the choice. In those days of terror, I was in despair, thinking of giving up. But the Belarusian people gave me the courage to go on. Belarusian women became first to protest against police brutality. Dressed in white, stepped boldly into streets full of riot police and KGB, they marched. They had lost all fear. The whole world saw those pictures. The story of Belarusian revolution is the story of Belarusian women. It is the story of Maria Kolesnikova, who tore her passport in pieces so that police couldn't throw her out of her own country. She is serving 11-year sentence. It's the story of Polina Sharenda-Panasiuk, who told the judge that she didn't recognize the right of the illegal court to judge her. She got 3 years. Recently, she declared that she would renounce Belarusian citizenship in protest against being tortured in prison. It is the story of Volga Zolotar, a mother of 5, who is serving a 4-year prison term just for helping her neighbors self-organize through their local Telegram chat. It is the story of Katerina Andreeva, a journalist of 4Belsat TV, who was broadcasting live a police crackdown on protesters until she was detained. She was sentenced to 8 years and 3 months in prison. It is the story of Nina Baginskaya, a 76-year-old woman defiantly confronting heavily armored young men who was often arrested and sent to psychiatric asylum for her solitary protests. It is the story of Daria Losik, who took care of her 4-year-old daughter after her husband Igor was arrested. She has a 2-year sentence and her daughter is living with her grandparents. It is the story of Natalia Suslova, a university teacher from Gomel, whose son Pavel Volod gave his life fighting for Ukraine. She went there and became a caring mother to his brothers in arms. If she returns to Belarus, she will face years in prison for supporting extremism. Today, there are about 200 women political prisoners in Belarus. I have no doubt that any of them could be a politician or a public official in the future democratic Belarus, including being a president. But first, they must stay alive and must be released. We have to do everything we can to bring them back to their families. We must demand their unconditional release. We must remember that when we vote for what the dictator wants us to vote, for example, the lifting of sanctions, we contribute to this women's suffering. So let's express our solidarity with Belarusian political prisoners by becoming godmothers to them and by writing them letters and postcards. Every gesture of support means. It brings freedom closer. You know, dear friends, the struggle of Belarusian women that began in 2020 is not over. The victory of Belarusians over the dictatorial regime of Lukashenko is inevitable. The victory of Ukraine over Russian revanchism is a matter of time and our solidarity. And the victory of democracy over tyranny is our common task and duty. So stay with Belarus, stay with Ukraine, stay with democratic Europe.
I would like to thank Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya for touching our hearts and our souls so deeply. And now I will give the floor to President Metsola.
Thank you very much, dear friends, dear leaders. 10 years after the inaugural Women Political Leaders Summit in the European Parliament, we are back here, in the heart of Europe. I'd like to thank you, dear Silvana. Thank you for organizing this coming together. Thank you for inviting me to be able to talk with you. I have a few messages to say that there is still more to be done to encourage women and girls across the world to lead, to become forces of change, and to help other women rise. I start with saying that there are few better examples of outstanding and courageous female leadership under unimaginable pressure than that of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. Svetlana has inspired, has led, and has endured. She has become the global personification of a free and democratic Belarus. And let me say here to you, I've said it before, but in front of our colleagues and leaders in this room, that the age of dictators will come to an end. That Belarus will be free, and that when that day comes, it will be thanks to women like Svetlana and like Maria Kolesnikova, who has been illegally jailed for over 1,000 days. We will stick together. But the truth is that even with role models, even with leadership, there are still too many obstacles, too many unbroken ceilings. And this is not just in politics, it is across the board. Too many career paths remain blocked. I'm proud of the work that this Parliament has done to change, to keep adding cracks to that previously impenetrable ceiling, to change the course for so many women. Because despite the challenges, women in leadership positions have changed the world. Women in business, women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics, women in education, women in the arts and in journalism. They have broken barriers and disposed of taboos to the dustbin of history. And we have to say this more. We must continue to work hard to make women's contribution to society more visible. The message of female leadership that was passed on to all of us must now be passed on by us tenfold. Women political leaders today must be multipliers and drivers of leadership in women going forward. We don't say that enough, and we don't do that enough. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the women in my country who endured to make my path possible. And I want to repay that going forward. And every time we fall, and in politics and life we all do, we are pulled back, up, by other women who have been through it all before us. And that's my appeal when I speak to young girls across our union. We have to pull each other up. I visit a lot of countries and I talk to young people. We are 1 year away from the European elections. I always get the same question wherever I go. What's your advice? How do we do it? I'm scared to enter politics. It's hard, especially for women, young women and girls who need to fight hard for a place at the table. My answer is that being in politics is not easy. Being a woman in politics doesn't make it any easier. But I was fortunate to grow up with the mantra that if you work hard enough, if you want it enough, if you are ready to climb that mountain, then nothing can hold you back. Not your gender, not your background. But it is harder than it should be. Too many still fall through the cracks. And we cannot be complacent to the sidelining of women, or we risk missing out on many excellent candidates that could be the catalysts of enormous societal change. And that depends on political parties, on legislation, but most importantly, on societal change that we must push through. It depends on role models. We can be glad to see how many of us are here in this room, how many more women, as each election goes by, take up leadership positions. But more still needs to be done. What we need is a real change in the mindset in many countries, I would say in all countries, to allow more inclusion, for more women to run for election and get elected. I am proud of the adoption, finally, took a while, of the Women on Boards Directive last November, a breakthrough for gender equality in European society. It took almost a decade for what should have been obvious. We can also be proud of how this Parliament, and I see colleagues here, are pushing for equal pay provisions for equal work. Employers will have to be more transparent about the pay gap between female and male workers in order to close it. And this is also a standard reply, not a standard question. Oh, in our country there's none, no gap. Then you start to ask questions. How difficult is it for a woman to enter the career path after having children? How difficult has it been since the pandemic, where women took over the role of carer across the world, both for the older and younger generations? We will be feeling the effects of that, not only from a mental health perspective, but from an economic and societal perspective for years to come. We need to say it. Nobody else will. And it was women parliamentarians, continues to be women parliamentarians in this House, who ensure that the toughest of negotiations for equality come through, so that little by little by little, step by step, this world can become a little bit more equal and a little bit more fair. We can level the playing field. Events like this are crucial for this to happen. Let's not wait another 10 years for this to happen again. Thank you for organizing this. Thank you for the inspiration. Let's continue working together, and ultimately, let's stick together. Thank you.
I would like to use this opportunity to thank President Metsola for her fantastic speech, her inspiring speech. And I'm sure all of you are uplifted as I am. And I just want to quote her: if you work hard enough, if you want it bad enough, then you have to climb that mountain. I will now invite Savannah Krokmeiren and Dr. Obi Ezekwesili up to the podium for their closing remarks.
The interpretation services have finished for today. There'll be no more interpretation this afternoon.
Dear President, dear Roberta, dear Svetlana, dear friends, sisters, excellencies, ministers, speakers of parliament, ambassadors, a room full of powerful women, and this is what is so uplifting. I mean, we all had this dream that Roberta was describing. Some of us might also not have had the dream and got into a position of power anyways, like Svetlana did, because just when it was important to step up, you did. And I see some of whom I think I know the story a bit. And that's what is so inspiring, because the women here in this room, they all have power now. And that's the moment that we've all been working for, to have this power to change things and to collectively change things will make it even more possible. So I wanted to thank you all to join the WPL Summit the first day. I would like to thank our co-host, the President of the European Parliament. You already met the co-host of tomorrow, of the Belgian Federal Parliament, Senate, and that's also where we will meet again tomorrow. A very, very different parliament, very different building, very different tradition, but also led by women. And I look forward to seeing all of you there again. It's been a very intense day today. Sometimes discussions were very difficult, but I do believe we all took this bit of optimism with us, that we have this joint dream of peace, of democracy, and we're ready to take on whatever it needs to go there. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the WPL team. You can identify by being glued to their screens or running around frantically. Without them, nothing of this would have been possible. Also, let me thank the Parliament, the European Parliament's team, some of which are standing on the side, but they also have been of tremendous help throughout this journey to get here to this Parliament. So, thank you very much. And Obi, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Silvana. I'm very delighted that we've spent this entire day being clear in our minds that the journey we have been on needs to accelerate. Is that your sense? I think we came to the clear conclusion that, yes, progress is being made, but not fast enough. Not fast enough. I think that we need to have a good evening, so I'm not going to try to summarize all the things that we've heard today, but to say to you that one thing that has made me so glad today has been to see how the intersectionalities of all the facets that we need to push in order to advance the participation and leadership of women in countries across borders, across spheres of human endeavor, have come to the fore. And I believe that I speak based on what one of you said, that this has been such incredible collection of energy. Now, energy is something that women understand, because the only reason you are able to stand in the face of all odds, despite the many things that push against your determination to be the best in the sphere of life that you have chosen, is energy. And I know you're going to need that energy for tomorrow, because our conversations will continue tomorrow, a very long list of things that we would be discussing. And let me end on the note that we do thank our co-host, Madam President of the European Parliament. It is a good venue to have our 10th summit, and the partnership will continue, because as we can see clearly, there are so many progressive agendas, items that you and the rest of your sisters, together with the he for cheese in this parliament, have been able to move. There's more to be done, but frankly speaking, you do represent a model of the kind of progress we want to see happen in parliaments across the world. And so I congratulate you on behalf of all my sisters. Sisters, can you say congratulations to Madam President of the European Parliament, to Gandhi colleagues, all of them that are here, please, let's celebrate them. Thank you to our moderator, who has been excellent. Shall we please acknowledge that we have had a fantastic moderator today. And as she said, make sure you occupy your space until we meet again tomorrow. God bless you all.
At this point, please be seated. At this point, please be seated. At this point, we've come to the highlight of the day. People say we like pictures, don't they? Well, we're going to invite President Metsola and the entire podium to occupy the seats from, I think, 17 to 21. We go down and we do the family photo. Please come into the middle as we asked before. Stay where you are. Please stay where you are. We're taking the pictures seated. We're just going to come down and the family photo will be taken.
First seated, please. Seated, please. First seated, please. You're welcome to stand, please.
There is a reception now. Reception at 6 o'clock. The ushers will direct you to the reception. Reception at 6 p.m. Reception at 6 p.m. Reception at 6 p.m. Can you all hear me? Reception at 6 p.m. Please be there. You'll be directed by the ushers. Okay.